In the modern day hectic life, where stress and strain has become a part of life, can yoga provide a respite? Dr. R. Nagaratna, who is basically a medical doctor, MBBS, MD, MRCP from UK and FICA from America, and involved since 1979 in the field of yoga, tries to provide an answer to this question. She is also a Chief Medical Officer in Vivekananda Kendra Yoga Research Center in Bangalore.
Is there any relation between science and yoga?
Yes, certainly. Yoga is also a science. Science also has been looking for the same answers. If you look at what exactly the scientists have been pursuing their interest in, the basic sciences at least, like mathematics, physics, etc., and also in medical sciences, we are trying to look for what is the most basic fundamental unit of this universe. And exactly a similar question has also been asked by yogis. In fact, it's very interesting to see how exactly same question is asked. There is one Upanishad called Taittiriya Upanishad, where the student goes to his teacher and asks, what is the truth in this universe? And then the teacher says, you go and search for it, you make experiments, you go on finding out from where the whole universe has come from. And this is a very basic fundamental question that is common to both science and yoga.
But the difference in the two has been that when a scientist asks this question, he starts looking outside for the answer. So, he starts picking up things from outside, that is the physical world, broken into smaller and smaller particles to find what is the basic small unit. So, it became a journey from atom to quantum and so on. On the other hand, the yogis looked within own self and tried to analyze the mind to get at the root of the basis of the universe. And that is how both science and yoga have come to a one meeting point.
I was in Cambridge when I met Professor Josephson, who was the youngest Nobel Prize physicist, and in his lab we were all very curious to see that there may be lots and lots of gadgets in which he is doing research. But when we went to his lab, it was a small place with lots and lots of books like Upanishads, Veda books, etc., etc., which he is studying and then turning the mind inwards, closing his mind and trying to validate what is given in the books. And that way he is able to move ahead in physics, he says, because the next line, next direction for science is also to analyze the mind, understand the mind, master the mind, move ahead to get more and more understanding about the mind. And that's what yoga is all about.
Is this yoga effective in this modern concept?
In fact, that is exactly what was a great renaissance that Swami Vivekananda brought about.
About 100 years ago, Swami Vivekananda sat and learnt his knowledge. Being a modern educated young man with a British training, he went through the Indian methodologies, yoga, Vedanta and philosophies. He got through by sitting at the feet of Sri Ramakrishna and learning. When he wanted to see relevance of yoga, he found that the modern man needs yoga in all its aspects. And it is analyzing and understanding the mind, making it relevant to modern science is the important work that he wanted to carry out.
How relevant yoga is for all walks of life in the society, starting from baby in the womb, we call it Abhimanyu Yoga. Baby in the womb, right up to the person in the deathbed, the terminally sick, all walks of life, children, housewives, professionals, everybody, we try and see how yoga can be of value.
Can you give us some details about in which field you are in and what work you have done
in Vivekananda Kendra, the Yoga Research Foundation, we call it as Yoga Anusandhana Samsthan. We have been working on various areas of applying yoga in the medical profession.
Today in the medical world, where there are a large number of ailments where medical science has come to a question mark, and where medical science can only suppress diseases but can't provide a cure to the same. The yoga philosophy believes not only in helping people to come up from sick state to the state of normal health, but also move to higher and higher level of health, that is, promotion of positive health. But the question is how?
What we normally find in these ailments is that there is this basic common component of the stress as the basic fundamental cause, even in a disease like asthma. You can see here that this was a study that was conducted in bronchial asthma patients. We took up two groups of bronchial asthma patients. 53 of them were doing yoga, 53 of them were not doing yoga, and we wanted to study what happens if they did yoga, and we taught them yoga over a period of about 15 days to 1 month, and they went on continuing to practice for about an hour every day. And we noticed that when we were following them up for about 3 to 54 months, their capacity to overcome their asthmatic attack was much better.
Another group of 570 people was made to practice yoga anywhere between 3 to 54 months in the age group of 7 to 75 years. Here it can be seen that even the children with asthma can do yoga. The question is, what was noticed during this period of 3 to 54 months?
We noticed that you can see from the upper right bar diagram that the drug score had reduced highly significantly in the group who practiced yoga as compared to the group who did not practice yoga, and the dose of the medicines required had stopped almost in 80% of these patients within these 3 to 54 months of their follow-up. And the lower left portion of the slide shows that the lung capacity, their capacity to blow, what we call as peak flow rate, had increased quite significantly in the group who practiced yoga as compared to the group who did not practice yoga after this practice duration. Therefore, how does asthma work, or how does yoga work in asthma? We say it's been known to people who are working in the area of asthma that asthma is a condition where there is an internal hyperreactivity of the system. The body overreacts, the nerves inside the system, the parasympathetic nerves are so overreactive, so sensitive that they create imbalance. So by giving very, very deep rest over nervous system, by giving very deep stabilizing practices, yoga we say is samatva, balance, we bring about this imbalance and set right the balance so that the asthmatic attacks go away, as has been shown by the scientific data.
There are a few exercises in yoga which can be practiced even during acute asthma stages. This is known as chair breathing exercise. Here, the person hangs on to the chair whenever he has a severe attack.
When the beginning of an attack, he pulls a nearby chair and keeps it as a support so that he is fairly comfortable in this position. When a person has severe asthma, he will not be able to breathe comfortably if he lies down, and therefore we give the support of the chair and we start asking the person to breathe in as he goes up and breathe out as he comes down, and this continues for some time with continuing relaxation suggestions of slower and slower and slower breathing. And it is very interesting to see how even in severe spasm, when the air passage is narrowed and the person is finding it very difficult to breathe in and out, he will be able to overcome the attack, and we did some studies on that also.
This is a group of anxiety neurosis patients. 19 of them were subjected to yoga practices, and it was noticed that they were all having enormous tension, lot of anxiety, fear, restlessness, and they were even having diarrhea. All these patients were further taking up regular medicines.
And we taught them simple pranayama practices, and we also tell our patients, look, anxiety, neurosis, or what you are suffering from is not really a big disease. What you are really doing is, all of us feel anxious. Even normal people have to have anxiety to be able to carry on with our normal activities. If you are walking on the street and if you happen to come across an accident situation, if you don't get anxious, you will not be able to get away from the situation and help yourself. So anxiety is a normal, healthy reaction of our system, our body. But in your case, for unnecessary events, for small little events, you are getting too anxious. So that's what this diagram shows. If you plot all people, about hundreds of people in the society, most of us fall within the normal range of anxiety, and some of us a little more anxious, maybe on the right side of the graph, and therefore whatever our yogic techniques were taught for this emotion stability, controlling the mind, mastering the mind, techniques that we use to move from our normal levels of anxiety towards the left of the curve, where we become more and more stable. The same thing can be used for persons who are very anxious to come back to normal levels, and this is what we noticed in our study. We noticed when they practiced this sectional breathing, Nadi Shuddhi, Ujjayi, Shitali, Bhramari practices, they were able to feel a lot better, and we recorded various parameters. You see at the lower part of the curve, the Max Hamilton anxiety rating scale was measured, which measures the degree of anxiety, how anxious the person is. And when they were measured, we noticed that 4-week data and 8-week data, there was highly significant reduction in their anxiety level. Their urinary VMA, which is a measure of the excretory product in the urine of the blood, adrenaline. You all would have heard that anxiety means adrenaline, or in other words, when you are angry, you say, no, it's my adrenaline that is making angry, but it is the other way. When we are angry, we produce lot more adrenaline, and that gets excreted in the urine, and that is what we measured. The VMA was measured, and we noticed that there was significant reduction in the VMA levels. At the top of the curve, we also noticed that GSR, which indicates galvanic skin response, which means that the level of sweating has reduced. If the GSR is high, the imperceptible sweating of the hands has reduced. That's what it indicates. So this is a very simple but interesting observation to show that the level of anxiety can reduce, and these are some of the objective data.
Do we have some role of this yoga in curing this diabetes? Like we have listened about this diabetes, is that it is a type of disease in which the pancreas are secreting less insulin, or they are not working. So do you consider it as a psychosomatic disorder? If yes, then how does yoga comes into play?
Yeah, you're right, in the sense that diabetes now has quite well been established that it is a genetic disorder. The gene has been isolated. In fact, the research is going on where people are going to do some genetic engineering to cure this disease. At the physical level, this is going on. But even in a disease like diabetes, yoga has an important role, as we can see here, to be able to maintain a normal blood sugar at the level required for the system between 100 to 150 blood glucose levels. There are two sides of the balance, the insulin on one side and the other hormones like glucagon, stress hormones, particularly the adrenaline, cortisol, which try to increase the blood sugar levels. So if insulin is inefficient or insufficient, as we see in diabetes, then we have to be very careful to handle our insulin. We have to be very economical with our insulin. Whereas if you overstress yourself and produce lots and lots of amount of adrenaline, cortisol in our blood through stress, the weight on the other side of the balance increases, and to balance that you need lot more insulin, and that extra demand of insulin you are not able to supply. So that is the role of yoga, where it is a deeply relaxing technique and helps in stabilizing. And we also add certain exercise effect type of yogic practices which we call as dynamic yogasanas, which helps in utilization of the extra glucose that is there, similar to the exercise effect. In fact, we say that exercise is a friend of insulin on this side of the balance, and relaxation, calming down of the mind, resting like shavasana, pranayama, etc. help on this side of the balance, both helping them through control of the mind to be able to stabilize their blood sugar levels.
A study was conducted at the Royal Frey Hospital in London, where a certain exercises of asanas and pranayam was taught to a group of people with yoga, while the other group was not exposed to yoga. And it was found later on that the doses of drugs required was reduced quite significantly, and the blood sugar level had also reduced in the group who did yoga.
Another very interesting thing that we noticed was the reduction in the glycosylated hemoglobin, or HbA as we call it, which shows the long-term control of diabetes. Over a long period of time, the diabetes can be kept under control if one starts practicing asanas, pranayama, etc. They are quite simple practices also. Another interesting area where, of course, lot of work has been done is the area of hypertension.
As early as 1960, Dr. Date was able to show that Shavasana has an important role in the management of mild hypertension.
In the modern day living style, we are using this response system so frequently without giving enough time for the system to return back to normalcy, that repeatedly 100 times in a day the blood pressure is up and down, up and down, up and down. And after 20 years of this stressful lifestyle, the system says, "Arey, come on, why should I go down? Let me remain high, you carry on doing your activities." And we go to the doctor. Doctor says, "Come on, rest on the couch. I want to check your blood pressure when you are relaxed." But the BP does not go down. So this is the habituation of the nervous system to be working at a particular speed, response, and the nervous system forgets to bring the blood pressure back to normal. The arteries around, the blood muscles around the arteries are so much tight and continuously stimulation that they are forgotten to relax. So what we try to do is to teach them yogic techniques where they calm down the mind, give very, very deep rest to the nervous system there, so that the blood vessels also relax and the BP starts coming down.
Heart attack is considered to be one of the most fatal disease in modern day hectic life. Can yoga provide an answer to this disease?
Heart attacks is the second major killer after accidents in the whole world today. So this disease, which is going on increasing in its incidence, larger and larger number of people are dying because of this, suffering because of this, a big challenge to medical profession. Yes, we have met this challenge by technological advances, such fantastic technological advances. We can even remove the blocked arteries around the heart and replace it, the famous bypass surgeries that we are all hearing about. But what is the root cause? The root cause of the disease is there within our system. There is a risk factor which you can see. These are the 5 major risk factors for heart attack: cigarette smoking, high cholesterol, obesity, diabetes, and stress. But if you look at each one of these, a person smokes heavily. Why? Because he is stressed. He does not control his diet, therefore his cholesterol goes up. Why? Because he cannot control his desires to eat and eat more and more junk food. So the cholesterol goes up. Obesity, because again he cannot control his mind. Diabetes uncontrolled, therefore he cannot control. Therefore stress is a very, very important role, and that's what is called as lifestyle change. So yoga is a very important role in the prevention of these ailments and helping in these ailments.
In the next part of this program, we shall be discussing the role of yoga in a few other diseases, as well as a few methods of doing yoga with reference to particular diseases.
Welcome to the session on Organization of Knowledge in Libraries, Library Classification. In this session, we shall discuss canons for works in notational plane. As already mentioned in the last session, the notational system used in a scheme for classification should satisfy certain basic canons for notation and the canons of mnemonics. The basic canons for notation are grouped into two sets. First one, canons relating to notational synonyms and homonyms. Second, 5 antithetic pairs of canons. The first group includes two canons, namely canon of synonym and canon of homonym. The second set consists of 5 pairs of canons, which are such that the first one in each pair is a positive statement and the second one is its negation. Therefore, the first one should be preferred in each pair of canons. The 5 pairs are 1. Canon of relativity and canon of uniformity. Second, canon of hierarchy and canon of non-hierarchy. Third, canon of mixed base and canon of pure base. 4. Canon of faceted notation and canon of non-faceted notation. 5. Canon of co-extensiveness and canon of under-extensiveness. Canons for notational plane. 5 antithetic pairs of canons. First one, canon of relativity and canon of uniformity. Canon of relativity states that the number of digits or digit groups in a class number or isolate number should be the same as the order of the subject or the isolate idea, as the case may be represented by it. Canon of uniformity states that the number of digits in a class number should be constant whatever be the order of the subject or the isolate, as the case may be represented by it. If classification schemes follow canon of relativity, broader subjects will have shorter class numbers and subjects of greater intention will have longer class numbers. The general readers mostly require books of general nature. They will be exposed to class numbers of not more than 3 or 4 digits. Only specialist readers, who are only a smaller proportion, may require books with subjects of greater intention. They will be exposed to longer class numbers. As highly learned persons, they will not be affected by the length of class number. Uniformity in length of class numbers is not very much desirable. In computer processing and retrieval, uniformity of class numbers will be an advantage, because feeding the class numbers with the same number of digits will be easier. Colon classification, Dewey Decimal classification and universal decimal classification follow the canon of relativity, whereas Library of Congress classification, subject classification and Ryder's International classification follow the canon of uniformity. Next is canon of hierarchy and canon of non-hierarchy. Canon of hierarchy states, in a class number or in an isolate number, there should be a digit to represent each of the characteristics used in constructing the class number or the isolate number, as the case may be. Canon of non-hierarchy states, in a class number or in an isolate number, there need not be a digit to represent each of the characteristic used in constructing the class number or isolate number, as the case may be. It can be seen that if canon of hierarchy is followed, then the canon of relativity will be automatically satisfied. Generally, Colon classification, Dewey Decimal classification and universal decimal classification follow the canon of hierarchy, but sometimes they deliberately violate it to save digits in the class number. This phenomena is termed as telescoping of array. Telescoped array is defined as an array of classes in a schedule of classification made of coordinate and subordinate isolates as viewed from the idea plane, but whose class numbers appear to be coordinate as viewed from the notational plane. For example, we can see telescoped array of geographical isolates in column classification, Dewey Decimal classification and universal decimal classification. As viewed from the idea plane, world is the only class of order 1. There cannot be any other class of that order. When digit 1 is assigned to world, the digits higher than 1, that is 2 to 9, will remain unused. Therefore, these digits have been used to represent the different continents which are isolates of order 2 as viewed from the idea plane. In the notational plane, these subordinate isolates appear to be coordinate with isolate number 1 of world. Here, telescoping is done to utilize the otherwise unused digits. Thus, canon of hierarchy is purposely violated to observe economy in notation. Now, the next is canon of mixed base and canon of pure base. The term base is used to denote a set of digits used by a notational system. Base containing one and only one species of digits is called pure base. Base containing two or more species of digits is named mixed base. A base containing Indo-Arabic numerals 0 to 9 is a pure base of length 10. Similarly, a base containing Indo-Arabic numerals and Roman capital letters is a mixed base of length 36. Canon of mixed base states the base of the notational system of a scheme for classification should use two or more species of digits. Canon of pure base states the base of the notational system of a scheme for classification should use one and only one species of digits. The choice between the two opposing canons has to be made mainly on the basis of the number of classes to be accommodated in the scheme for classification. The universe of subjects is an ever increasing one. Even the capacity of a mixed base with Indo-Arabic numerals, Roman capitals and Roman small letters will prove to be insufficient to accommodate all the subjects and provide them distinct class numbers. Therefore, most of the general classification schemes use mixed notation to meet the challenge of the growing universe of subjects. Bibliographic classification BC, column classification CC and Library of Congress classification LC use mixed notation. CC uses Indo-Arabic numerals IAN, Roman capitals, Roman smalls, punctuation marks and brackets. Even though Universal Decimal Classification UDC use predominantly IAN with pronunciation marks, it allows the use of alphabetical device to specify individual names. DDC uses predominantly IAN with decimal fraction, but it has certain provisions for the use of Roman capital letters also. Riders International Classification RIC uses only pure notation of Roman capitals. Hence, it is not able to provide distinct class number for every subject. Every class number in the schedule stands for several subjects and thus violates the canon of homonym. Next is canon of faceted notation and canon of non-faceted notation. A multipartite notation is a linear horizontal right-handed notation with the digits separated into blocks of digits, usually by a space or a dot. A faceted notation is a multi-partied notation with blocks of digits connected by a meaningful connecting digit, each connecting digit indicating the distinctive characteristic of the idea represented by the blocks of digits. Thus, the class numbers in a faceted notation consists of several parts, and each part or block is separated from other parts by appropriate connecting symbols. Canon of faceted notation states, a faceted notation should be used under any of the following conditions. First one, length of the base of the notation is 10 and the universe is likely to contain more than 1,000,000 entities or subjects. Second, length of the base is 56 and the universe is likely to contain more than 1,000 million entities or subjects. Canon of non-faceted notation. A non-faceted notation system may be adequate under any of the following conditions. First one, length of the base of the notation is 10 and the universe is likely to contain not more than 1,000,000 entities. Second, length of the base is 56 and the universe is likely to contain not more than 1,000 million entities. S.R. Ranganathan formulated this pair of canons after arithmetical calculations regarding the number of class numbers that can be derived from different base lengths. He estimated that the number of subjects in the universe of subjects was known to be very large, going even beyond 1,000 trillions. A faceted notation with 4 facets can provide for as many as 1,000 trillion class numbers. Hence, he suggested faceted notation for a library classification scheme. A faceted classification scheme has greater resilience against the pressure created by the emergence of new subjects. Next is canon of coextensiveness and canon of underextensiveness. Canon of coextensiveness states, in a class number, digits should be added successively so as to represent the measure of incidence of even the very last characteristic in the succession of characteristics admitted by the universe classified and relevant to the purpose of the classification. Canon of underextensiveness is, in a class number, it is not essential that digits should be continued so as to represent the measure of incidence of the last characteristic in the succession of characteristics admitted by the universe classified and relevant to the purpose of the classification. These canons imply the definitions of the following classificatory terms. First one is coextensiveness, second, close classification, third, broad classification. The term coextensiveness, when applied to the classification of documents, means the inclusion of the measure of incidence of each of the relevant characteristic of the subject embodied in the document classified in its class number. Close classification, which is also known as minute classification, follows strictly the canon of coextensiveness. A classification scheme in which the class number of a subject is not used as the class number of any of its subdivisions or of its coordinate divisions is called a scheme for close classification. A scheme for broad classification is a scheme in which the class number of a subject is used also as the class number of each of its subdivisions or its coordinate divisions. In this context, S.R. Ranganathan says that there is a need for close classification at 2 levels of exposition of subjects, one for macro subjects and the other for micro subjects. Classification schemes may be designed for use at both the levels. For example, the CC with its faceted structure tries to meet this challenge at macro subject level, and the depth version of CC at the micro-subject level. UDC also has similar arrangement. Its enlarged editions provide coextensive class numbers at book level, whereas its fascicules on special subjects can be used for classifying articles at micro-subject level. Next is canons of mnemonics. It is essential that a classification scheme should possess mnemonic quality in its notation because it is of great value to the classifier as well as the user. By mnemonic notation, we mean that wherever a subject appears, it is always the same notation throughout the classification. Mnemonic notation has the following advantages. First one, it assists the memory of the classifier in constructing class numbers for documents, thereby reducing to a greater extent the work of reference to classification schedules and indexes. Second, it helps to achieve a consistent sequence in similar arrays. Third, it reduces the size of the classification schedules. Fourth, it helps the regular library users in remembering class numbers of documents, thereby reducing the work of reference to library catalog. Next is general canon of mnemonics. S.R. Ranganathan formulated a general canon of mnemonics which is stated as follows. The digit or digit group used to represent a specific concept in a class number should be the same in all class numbers having that concept represented in them, provided that insistence on such consistent representation does not violate more important requirements. Usually, the mnemonic quality in notation is achieved by using special memory aids and devices introduced in the scheme of classification. Now let us see kinds of mnemonics. S.R. Ranganathan recognized the application of 4 kinds of mnemonics in classificatory notation. First is alphabetical mnemonics, second scheduled mnemonics, third systematic mnemonics, fourth seminal mnemonics. Accordingly, he stated 4 corresponding canons also. First one, canon of alphabetical mnemonics. Alphabets have ordinal value with respect to their mutual sequence. They can also be used as decimal fraction. Hence, they are quite suited for us as digits in the construction of class numbers or their constituents. Representing an idea by the first letter or the first few letters of its verbal name in the class number is called alphabetical device. Application of alphabetical device in constructing class numbers is referred to as alphabetical or verbal mnemonic in classification. Alphabetical arrangement in any universe does not give a helpful sequence in most cases. However, if arrangement on the basis of any other characteristic is not seen more helpful, then the alphabetical arrangement may be preferred with advantage. Ranganathan prescribed the canon of alphabetical mnemonics as follows. Alphabetical mnemonics should be rejected without any hesitation if a sequence more helpful to readers or more filiatory than alphabetical sequence exists. Alphabetical mnemonics should be preferred if the alphabetical sequence is as helpful as any other sequence and if an international nomenclature exists in the field to which it is applied. It can be seen that LC prescribed alphabetical device more often than others. UDC is more sparing in using alphabetical device. It prescribes alphabetical device for biographical studies and literary authors. DDC does not generally employ alphabetical device, but in some instances as an optional device to give local emphasis and a shorter number. CC prescribes alphabetical device only in limited cases, such as for the arrangement of different brands of products and different strains of agricultural crops and cultivars. Next is canon of scheduled mnemonics. Canon of scheduled mnemonics states, a scheme for classification should use one and the same digit or digit group, as the case may be, to represent an isolate idea in whatever subject it may occur. According to this canon, the same concept represented by the same term should be the same number in all its place of occurrence. This canon will automatically secure conformity to the canon of consistent sequence. CC satisfies this canon by means of chronological device, that is using chronological characteristic to derive notation, geographical device, that is using geographical characteristic to derive notation, subject device, that is using subject characteristic to derive notation, schedule of common isolates, referring to parallel schedules. DDC satisfies the canon by using its tables of 1. Standard subdivisions, 2. Area, 3. Subdivisions for individual literature, 4. Subdivisions for individual languages, 5. Racial, ethnic, national groups, 6. Languages, 7. Groups of persons. The add to device in DDC also helps to satisfy this canon. Next is canon of systematic mnemonics. Statement of the canon is, in a scheme for classification, the digits used to represent the array isolate ideas in an array should run parallel to the sequence in which the principles for helpful sequence would arrange the array isolate ideas. It can be seen that CC, DDC and UDC follow this canon in the enumeration of their various schedules. For example, the different divisions under the subject stratigraphy are arranged according to the principle of later in time. Similarly, various animal groups in zoology are arranged according to the principle of later in evolution. Next is canon of seminal mnemonics. It is possible to have the same concept enumerated in different places but with different terms. For example, disease in medicine and social pathology in sociology are different at the terminological level, but they mean the same idea at the conceptual level. Since these terms are seminally equivalent, they are denoted by the same digit 4 in CC. Generalization of this practice comes in the form of canon of seminal mnemonics, which is stated as, a scheme for classification should use one and the same digit to denote seminally equivalent concept in whatever subject they may occur. Colon classification is the only scheme which conforms to the canon of seminal mnemonics. CC provides a paragraph on page 1.32 presenting sets of related or seminally equivalent concepts along with the numbers allocated to each set ranging from 1 to 8. Each digit can also be used to represent any correlate of the seminal concepts listed against each digit. According to this table, the concepts unity, God, world, first in evolution or time, one dimension or line, solid state are denoted in CC by the number 1. Use of seminal mnemonics gives high degree of autonomy to individual classifiers. It enables them to construct class numbers to newly emerging subjects with consistency even before the publication of a revised edition of the classification scheme. Now let us summarize what we have discussed so far. As we have seen, this part first describes the first antithetic pairs of canons for notation. The first one in each pair is a positive statement and the second one is its negation. Therefore, the first one should be preferred in each pair of canons. Then the advantage of using mnemonics in classificatory notation is mentioned and the general canon of mnemonics is stated. The 4 kinds of mnemonics recognized by H.R. Ranganathan in classification is mentioned and the corresponding 4 canons, namely canon of alphabetical mnemonics, canon of scheduled mnemonics, canon of systematic mnemonics and canon of seminal mnemonics, are stated with appropriate explanation. Here are a few assignments for you to work out. First one, state and explain the canon of seminal mnemonics. Second, write a short note on canon of hierarchy. Third, examine how far the classification schemes CC, DDC and UDC follow the canon of systematic mnemonics. 4. What is mnemonics? What are the advantages of using mnemonic notation? 5. Explain the different kinds of mnemonics recognized in library classification. Here are a few books for further references. Theory of Classification, 4th edition revised, written by Krishna Kumar, published by Vikas Publishing House, New Delhi, 1988. Library Classification, Facets and Analysis, written by Shahabat Hussain, published by Tata McGraw-Hill, New Delhi, 1993. Prolegomena to Library Classification, 3rd edition, written by Ranganathan S.R., published by Sharda Ranganathan Endowment for Library Science, Bangalore, 1967. Bachelor of Library Information Science Study Material, University of Calicut, 1995. Thank you for watching this session. See you in the next session. Until then, bye.
Hello, welcome to Interface. We have with us today Professor Ashish Nandi, one of India's foremost social theorists and cultural and political critics. Professor Nandi has made crucial interventions on a number of issues of contemporary relevance, including the rise of nationalism, identity politics, mass violence, communalism, and the dialogue and interface of cultures. He was director and fellow of Center for Developing Societies at New Delhi. He won the Fukuoka Asian Cultural Prize in 2007, and he was among the list of top 100 public intellectuals published by the Carnegie Foundation in 2008. Welcome to Interface, Professor Ashish Nandi. We would like to know some of the things which you have accepted as your chief concerns during the last several decades. One of your chief concerns has been the interface and dialogue between cultures. And you have tended to look at cultures as distinct identities. So could you say something by way of introduction to this particular issue, as cultures as distinct identities?
I have been particularly interested in protecting the cultures of communities, groups, and settlements which are facing major or massive attacks on their culture, the small cultures of the world. Within every large society, there is the kind of major cultural pattern, but within them there are smaller cultures with their own distinctive languages, which we usually call dialects, distinctive customs and practices, distinctive musical systems, distinctive mythologies, distinctive epics, and distinctive ways of life. And these are under attack today in the world, where there is a homogenizing thrust of a global culture, a global middle class culture. And it has been my effort to find out whether through dialogue we can make people more aware of this cultural distinctiveness of small groups and make them aware that these should be protected, because the death of a culture is a death of a part of us in any case. It is not the death of only the people who are living in that culture. It is not only the death of a way of life of another person. It is death of a part of our life, closing of one possible option, one experiment in lifestyle and living, which we have lost.
So, especially when we talk about the counterpoising of the West and the non-West, this has been one of your very important themes throughout your writing in the post-colonial context. So, I was thinking of this particular counterpoising. For example, what is West today, what is known as the West today, was once upon a time colonized by the East. So what is West has several elements of what we generally know as the East. Even the religion, for instance, even if you take Christianity, for instance, it is basically an Eastern religion, which happened to colonize Europe and which became the dominant religion for a long time. So this is what I was thinking about.
But that was not really colonization. Colonization was a different kettle of fish. Colonization always include an element of forced domination, a domination which there is an element of force. People have gone and settled in many parts of the world without crisis, without conflict. But people have settled in other parts of the world, taking an enormous toll of human life and cultures. For example, 3 continents were colonized by whites. Over 300 years, North America, South America and Australia became predominantly white continents. That I call colonization. The fact that Europeans came and ruled over countries as large as India is an instance of colonialism. This is and there the clash of cultures takes a different form. It is true that West has learned many things from India and Asia, for that matter. All the 3 major religions of the West are all from Asia. But it is also true that they have configured it according to their principles. Gandhi once said Christianity was a good religion before it went to the West. He had in mind this part of the story, that they made something out of Christianity which became quite domineering, with a sense of built-in superiority to all other faiths, which actually disregarded the claim of other religions to even call themselves religions. That is the part I am pointing out. That's what I would call a principle of dominance, where even when they are taking something from outside, that is configured within their own culture in a rather exclusive fashion. For example, I can also give you the example of Greece. Ancient Greece, was more in touch with West Asia and South Asia than with West Europe. For 300 years, Plato and Aristotle were proscribed readings in the West because the church did not allow that. If you wanted to study Plato or Aristotle, you had to come to West Asia and study it in Arabic. So I am quite aware that the principles of cultural exchange can take very strange forms. But I am more concerned with the fact that where categories are exported to another culture and that they are pushed so hard that they become a way in which the people in the culture begin to judge their own selves. Like, for example, the status that English enjoys in India, that is, I think, not normal. I have no objection to English. I write in English myself. But I grudge the fact that writing in English has become more prestigious than writing in Malayalam or in Bengali. And that, I think, is a tragedy, because there is so much of talent which will never find expression in English. Everything will then depend on who translates, how, when. That, I think, is a rather sad instance.
This quite related to this context is the notion that European modernity itself is not originally European, that they have taken over this from the Arabs, medieval Arabs. A case of what one can call mistaken identity, what we call European modernity. So, would you think this adds to our understanding of
personally, I am not a great enthusiast of the modern civilization. I like to look beyond modernity because I see a certain tiredness already in modern civilization, and it has been also steeped itself in so much of violence and so much of this kind of a contractual, impersonal relationships, and so much into, how should I put it, so much into the business of delegitimizing other cultures, other forms of civilization, that I have lost my faith in modern civilization. I have learned from Gandhi and Tagore to look very skeptically and very critically at modern civilization. It is the dominant civilization in the world, and began to look beyond it, because I noticed that tiredness in modern civilization, that I think people are looking for alternatives. I think after the 20th century, when we killed something like 22 crores of people in organized violence, we at least should grant that modern civilization has a core of violence which has been unmatched in history. The savages, or at least what the moderns call savages, the savages have never been as violent and as bloodthirsty as the moderns have been. And I have therefore begun to look for these alternatives in the plurality of cultures, in the alternative that various cultures offer, in the kind of effort many cultures have made to keep certain kinds of values in human relationships, and in a certain attempts to contain violence or minimize it. I have begun to look for these signs, how they do it, whether they succeed in doing it, or whether this kind of answers will satisfy the contemporary world or not, or meet our needs, in other words.
Could you be more specific about what you call alternatives?
For instance, I think our hope that the urban industrial civilization will be a more human society, I think has been disproved very decisively by the 20th century. For instance, to give you some example, on the whole we have killed, as I have told, something like 22 crores of people in organized mass violence. Nearly at least 60%, if not 75% of the people have been killed by secular societies. So the idea that secularism can liberate you from religious violence, caste violence, ethnic violence, or linguistic violence has been disproved by this century. In fact, out of these 22 crores, less than 1 crore has been killed in the 20th century in religious violence. Yet we all the while talk about religious violence as if it is the major violence. So our perspective is determined by earlier centuries. In earlier centuries, religious violence was very important, but that does not mean that it is important now. In our times, it is a different kind of violence we are seeing. I mean, this nuclear bombing of Japan killed a lakh of people in Hiroshima and another lakh in Nagasaki, but people forget that when they bombed Tokyo city, they killed 1,20,000 people in one day. So this kind of mass annihilation shows that amongst the killers and those who are being attacked, the distance has increased. Before bombing it from the plane, from 40,000 feet or 35,000 feet, you do not see the face of your victim. You do not see the blood. You don't see the suffering of children. It's a statistics. Violence becomes a statistics. And that is the kind of violence in which 20th century specialized. And that is the kind of violence which modern civilization endorses. And I would like to look beyond it. I would like to look for an ideology, a worldview where containment of violence and rejection of war is made a fundamental canon of civilization. You cannot say we fight for civilization, let us have a war to end all wars. On the other hand, you say let there be no war. If you are, and modern civilization has not been able to do that.
Do we have concrete socio-political models?
Plenty. I mean, times have changed. We not only had Gandhi in the 20th century, now the most interesting people in the world, the greatest Gandhians may not have even read Gandhi today. None of them is in India, none of them is Hindu. I think Nelson Mandela, Aung San Suu Kyi of Burma, the Dalai Lama, they are in some sense the greatest Gandhians today. They have made non-violence a central plank of our world. I mean, look at the success which Martin Luther King achieved. So there is this part of the story that a different way of dealing with human conflicts is emerging, and people are afraid of it.
So we were talking about an end to violence.
Yes.
So one of the things which plagues India today is communal violence, and sometimes on a very large scale. So do we have something inherent in our civilization which can be drawn upon, from which we can draw sustenance to combat communalism?
It is not an accident that in the last 60 years after independence, of all the people killed in communal violence, only 3.5% have died in villages. Even though 3/4 of Indians live in villages, only 1/4 of Indians live in cities, but 96.5% of those killed in communal violence have died in cities. And to that extent, I would like to argue that to the extent villages are the lifeblood of this civilization, they are the predominant mode of living in this civilization, our civilization knows how to live together. People have lived together here for centuries. I have done this massive study of partition violence and of the survivors. And now I did it after 50 years after the event, so most of the people have died, but many survived. So we interviewed something like 1,500 people, and I was astounded to see that when we asked that, have you yourself received any help from the other side? I mean, if Hindus, we will ask them, have you received any help from any Muslim when you were attacked or when you were escaping? And if it's Muslim, we will ask that, have you received any help from any Hindus, if Muslims were being attacked by Hindus. 40% said that yes, they received help or they had heard of somebody getting help. That also is part of the civilization. If you go to the history of Germany, I don't think the figure will be even 1%. I mean, it was so rare. That is why you had to make a movie like Schindler's List. But here it was common. And I have a suspicion that communal riots, as you see it now, are entirely political shows. They are meant to advance your political cause, to show your street power, to discredit some government, or to create a situation of fear and anxiety in one community, so they will vote in a particular way. This is the way communal violence has come to India. This is the way it has been in Pakistan and Bangladesh. This is the way communal violence has taken place in Sri Lanka. This is the story. And it is, organization of communal violence has become a chartered accountant's game. You calculate the gains and you calculate the losses, and if there are more gains in inciting a communal riot, then you will there are specialists who will start a communal riot. It's as simple as that.
But then why are people incited if there is no inherent hatred? Why are people so quickly incited to violence?
These are media intensive times. You know, it is true that people get swayed. I mean, I saw how the riots were created against the Sikhs during 1984 after Mrs. Gandhi died. And I saw how rumors were spread and how the riots were fomented. But the aim was then to arouse the fear in the Hindus that not only have the Sikhs killed Mrs. Gandhi, they are conspiring against the Hindus, they have poisoned your water taps and water, and they are out to take revenge for the Indian army action at the Golden Temple. And I was not really surprised that people were provoked. And even then people were not that provoked. So they had to import functionaries and fighters from outside of Delhi who will come and start the riot. That's the way it goes. And this is the story with every riot. That riots do not take place in a vacuum, and people are not as much provoked as they are made out to be. They are only provoked to the extent of condoning it once it has taken place, and the gundas let loose who are there in the first place for the loot, the advantage of getting the loot. They are there for that, and other people condone their act, think that they represent the Hindus or they represent the Muslims, and therefore they are protectors, so we should condemn their pillage or looting. That's the part of the story. That's the story in virtually every riot I have seen.
Yeah, but then we have to live with our cities. So our whatever
not
impulses we
necessarily.
have.
Anybody with a little bit of determination and will can stop a riot within 4 hours if it is a mixed constituency, rural and urban, and within 6 hours if it is predominantly a rural constituency, because there the communication is a little more difficult and takes a little time. But maximum a riot can go on spontaneously is 6 hours. 6 hours, not more than that.
So, you mean to say that apart from the divide that you have posited between the rural segments of the population and the urban, this particular sentiment, which is widespread in the rural areas, can also work in the cities. Is that what you mean?
No, on the contrary, in rural areas it is much more difficult to organize the riot. That is why only 3.5% of people died in rural areas, despite the fact that 3/4 of our...
Not because of the sentiment.
Not at all. Sentiments, they have a kind of, you can say there is sentiment involved in the sense that they have a robust common sense. They know each other as neighbors. So they are not influenced by your propaganda. I can think only of 2 major riots where the rural people were also affected, psychologically, truly affected. They were also, one, partition riots, and 2, Gujarat 2002 riots. Except these I cannot think of.
And
all other riots are mostly urban riots.
The one in Delhi, in Assam.
Nelly, yes. But it was not really a rural riot. You know, in Nelly, killings were rural, but that was because it was an impersonal settlement. They killed strangers. I am telling you that the stories we hear of neighbors betraying each other, that really doesn't take place easily in life, because they know each other as neighbors. There is some relationship, and they always try to protect their neighbors. Only in urban areas there is enough anonymity, enough distance, enough enough difference of language, enough contractual relationship. There is no that intimacy is missing, and there it is possible to kill each other as strangers. It is like 2 armies which do not know each other. So I am saying that it is in that context that riots, that is why riots take place more frequently in urban areas.
What you have called alternate sciences, especially in that book on 2 Indian scientists, Jagadish Chandra Bose, one of them. So you have also written about the need to subvert universalization of categories like democracy, secularism. So would you comment on how this can be done? How you can formulate an alternate, or as part of an alternate epistemology?
First of all, experience with life teaches you much more than textbooks can ever do. Ideas can come from textbooks, ideas can come from slums. And I have tried to give importance even to the ideas that come from slums, or which come from direct intervention in society, or direct intervention in cultural life, from artists, poets, writers on the one hand, and from practicing politicians and social workers and others on the other hand. What I am trying to suggest is this, that exactly as there can be criticism of political and social ideologies, exactly as there can be criticisms of the way you use or interpret a religious system or religion for that matter, there can be a criticism of knowledge systems too. Unfortunately, in our times, particularly in modern times, the status given to science and its version of rationality has been so enormous that you can do anything in the name of science. You can be the most cruel and most violent in the name of science and scientific rationality. And that's what people have done. People have Marx talked of scientific history, history unfolding like so many laws of nature. And it seemed to many followers of Marx, therefore, that if for that you need to kill a few millions, doesn't matter. Revolution will come and make this world perfect. We know it has not happened. A lot of killings have been done in the name of science. A lot of killings have been done in the name of scientific rationality and scientific history. A lot of killings have been done in the name of beauty and perfection of ideologies which are man-made ideologies, and no human artifact can ever be perfect. It is not given to human beings to be that perfect. Previously you used to kill in the name of God, but at least God was, you imputed perfection to God, not to your own self. Now human beings act as if they are omnipotent, omniscience and omnipresent, like they are claiming the status of God. And I think in this kind of context, a criticism of knowledge systems is absolutely vital, because dominance is now maintained very subtly through categories, ideas. So when our regime says, our own state says that for the sake of development, we have to be tough with the tribals, and the tribals have been bypassed as backdated, obsolete, retrogressive, easily disposable human beings. And then in desperation, when they turn to Maoists, we try to kill the Maoists by saying that they are all criminals, they believe in violence. But in the first place, the Maoists were very few. It is a tribal revolution we are seeing them. For 60 years we have treated them like infra-human beings. So now they have rebelled, so we are trying to find reasons why we did not ill-treated them and why the rebellion must be suppressed. So actually, without challenging idea systems, you cannot challenge modern violence, you cannot challenge this degradation of large parts of the world, you cannot challenge the domination that is exercised over helpless, weak and poorest sections of the world. That is my thrust. And I think every human being looks for some freedom and dignity. And I hope that in the case of knowledge too, we will ultimately grant this dignity and that freedom to those who practice traditional systems of knowledge.
Thank you, Professor Nandi. We have had a very inspiring and thought-provoking session. So naturally, everybody would hope to have more such sessions with you. Thank you very much.
I enjoyed it.
Hello everyone, welcome to a new session on Open Access Bibliographic Resources, Basic Concepts and Significance. In this session, we will study about the various open access bibliographic resources related to life sciences, the need and significance of such resources, and how to use the resources for our studies and research. Open access. Open access refers to online research outputs that are free of all restrictions on access, for example, access tolls, and free of many restrictions on use, for example, certain copyright and license restrictions. Open access can be applied to all forms of published research output, including peer-reviewed and non-peer-reviewed academic journal articles, conference papers, theses, book chapters and monographs. Two degrees of open access can be distinguished: gratis open access, which is online access free of charge, and libre open access, which is online access free of charge plus various additional usage rights. These additional usage rights are often granted through the use of various specific Creative Commons licenses. Libre open access is equivalent to the definition of open access in the Budapest Open Access Initiative and the Berlin Declaration on Open Access to Knowledge in the Sciences and Humanities. There are multiple ways authors can provide open access to their work. One way is to publish it and then self-archive it in a repository where it can be accessed for free, such as the institutional repository or a central repository such as PubMed Central. This is known as green open access. Some publishers require delays or an embargo on when a research output in a repository may be made open access. Several initiatives provide an alternative to the American and English language dominance of existing publication indexing systems, including Index Copernicus, Scielo, and Redalyc. A second way authors can make their work open access is by publishing it in such a way that makes their research output immediately available from the publisher. This is known as gold open access, and within the science this often takes the form of publishing an article in either an open access journal or a hybrid open access journal. The latter is a journal whose business model is at least partially based on subscriptions and only provide gold open access for those individual articles for which their authors or their author's institution or funder pay a specific fee for publication, often referred to as an article processing charge. Pure open access journals do not charge subscription fees and may have one of a variety of business models. Many, however, do charge an article processing fee. Widespread public access to the World Wide Web in the late 1900s and early 2000s fueled the open access movement and prompted both the green open access self-archiving of non-open access journal articles and the creation of gold open access journals. Conventional non-open access journals cover publishing costs through access tolls such as subscriptions, site licenses, or pay per view. Some non-open access journals provide open access after an embargo period of 6 to 12 months or longer. Active debate over the economics and reliability of various ways of providing open access continues among researchers, academics, librarians, university administrators, funding agencies, government officials, commercial publishers, editorial staff, and society publishers. Definition of open access. The term open access itself was first formulated in 3 public statements in the 2000s. The Budapest Open Access Initiative in February 2002, the Bethesda Statement on Open Access Publishing in June 2003, and the Berlin Declaration on Open Access to Knowledge in the Sciences and Humanities in October 2003. And the initial concept of open access refers to an unrestricted online access to scholarly research primarily intended for scholarly journal articles. The Budapest Statement defined open access as follows. There are many degrees and kinds of wider and easier access to this literature. By open access to this literature, we mean its free availability on the public internet, permitting any users to read, download, copy, distribute, print, search, or link to the full texts of these articles, crawl them for indexing, pass them as data to software, or use them for any other lawful purpose without financial, legal, or technical barriers other than those inseparable from gaining access to the internet itself. The only constraint on reproduction and distribution and the only role for copyright in this domain should be to give authors control over the integrity of their work and the right to be properly acknowledged and cited. Motivation or the need for open access. Open access itself, mostly green and gratis, began to be sought and provided worldwide by researchers when the possibility itself was opened by the advent of Internet and the World Wide Web. The momentum was further increased by a growing movement for academic journal publishing reform, and with it gold and liber open access. Electronic publishing created new benefits as compared to paper publishing, but beyond that it contributed to causing problems in traditional publishing models. The premises behind open access publishing are that there are viable funding models to maintain traditional peer review standards of quality while also making the following changes. Rather than making journal articles accessible through a subscription business model, all academic publications could be made free to read and published with some other cost recovery model, such as publication charges, subsidies, or charging subscriptions only for the print edition, with the online edition gratis or free to read. Rather than applying traditional notions of copyright to academic publications, they could be libre or free to build upon. Authors and researchers. Authors may use form language like this to request an open access license when submitting their work to a publisher. The main reason authors make their articles open accessible to maximize their research impact. A study in 2001 first reported an open access citation impact advantage, and a growing number of studies have confirmed with varying degrees of methodological rigor that open access article is more likely to be used and cited than one behind subscription barriers. For example, a 2006 study in PLOS Biology found that articles published as immediate open access in PNAS were 3 times more likely to be cited than non-open access papers, and were also cited more than PNAS articles that were only self-archived. This result has been challenged as an artifact of authors self-selectively paying to publishing their higher quality articles in hybrid open access journals, whereas a 2010 study found that the open access citation advantage was equally big whether self-archiving was self-selected or mandated. Scholars are paid by research funders and or their universities to do research. The published article is the report of the work they have done rather than an item for commercial gain. The more the article is used, cited, applied and built upon, the better for research as well as for the researcher's career. Similarly, the more quickly it is accessible, the better. Open access can reduce publication delays, an obstacle which led some research fields such as high energy physics to adopt widespread preprint access. Some professional organizations have encouraged use of open access. In 2001, the International Mathematical Union communicated to its members that open access to the mathematical literature is an important goal and encouraged them to make available electronically as much of our own work as feasible to enlarge the reservoir of freely available primary mathematical material, particularly helping scientists working without adequate library access. Open access bibliographic resources related to life sciences. There are a number of open access resources related to life sciences, of which the most commonly used ones are PubMed, Biomed Central, PLOS and Site Explorer. PubMed. PubMed was first released in January 1996 as an experimental database under the Emmrc retrieval system with full access to Medline. The word experimental was dropped from the website in April 1997, and on June 26, 1997, free Medline access via PubMed was announced at a Capitol Hill press conference. Use of PubMed has grown exponentially since its introduction. PubMed searches numbered approximately 2 million for the month of June 1997, while current usage typically exceeds 3.5 million searches per day. It is a service of the US National Library of Medicine that provides free access to over 15 million Medline citations back to the 1950s and additional life science journals. PubMed includes links to many sites providing full text articles and other related resources. PubMed comprises more than 25 million citations for biomedical literature from Medline, life science journals and online books. PubMed citations and abstracts include the fields of biomedicine and health, covering portions of the life sciences behavioral sciences, chemical sciences and bioengineering. PubMed also provides access to additional relevant websites and links to the other NCBI molecular biology resources. Let us now learn how to search articles on PubMed. Searching for articles based on the subject. To search for a specific subject on PubMed, type in your query in the search tab on the top of the web page. Be sure not to use any punctuation, tag or operators. For example, if your subject query is parabens and cancer, type in your subject name and in the tab next to the search tab. Here is the result output of your query. For example, the above subject search is for articles related to parabens and cancer. To search PubMed, enter your concept in phrases into the search box. For most PubMed searches, it is best to be specific. The more terms you enter, the narrower your search will be and fewer irrelevant results you will retrieve. Use no punctuation, for example, no quotation marks. PubMed will find phrases for you. Use no operators such as and. PubMed will add and between concepts. Use no tags. PubMed will differentiate topic words, journal titles and author names. Searching for articles based on the author. For searching articles based on the author, enter the author's last name and initial in the search box. Do not use any punctuation. PubMed retrieves authors with the last name and the initial used in the search. As you can see in the screenshot image, the following results were obtained when a particular author name, for example in this case Hamid Rabia, was given and the articles published by this particular author was obtained. PubMed Advanced Search Builder. You can also use the Advanced Search Builder to obtain information regarding the literature with respect to a specific author. You need to click on Advanced to use the search builder and then select Author from the All Fields menu. The Author search box includes an autocomplete feature. The results obtained for the particular query is as shown in the snapshot. The results obtained here displays all the articles published by the specific author. Use Emmrc to build a better PubMed query. In order to get a targeted PubMed search, we could use the Emmrc or Medical Subject Headings database. This video demonstrates how to use the Emmrc or Medical Subject Headings database to create a targeted PubMed search. From the PubMed homepage in the More Resources section, click the link to the Emmrc database. Emmrc is the controlled vocabulary used for indexing PubMed citations. If we want to find articles about problems associated with giving flu vaccines to individuals with egg allergies, first search for flu vaccine, which returns the Emmrc term influenza vaccines. The page displays a definition and additional information about the term. In the Emmrc database, terms are arranged hierarchically by subject categories, with more specific terms arranged beneath broader terms. You will notice that influenza vaccines is listed under viral vaccines, which is under vaccines. Now, click vaccines to display the variety of terms available under this concept. These subheadings may be used to narrow the search. Since we are interested in the negative effects of the flu vaccine, click the subheading Adverse Effects and then click the button Add to the search builder. Since we want to further limit to research articles on egg allergies, search Emmrc as we did with flu vaccines to find the appropriate Emmrc term. Then enter egg allergy in the search box at the top of the page. The database displays the Emmrc term egg hypersensitivity, which should be added to my PubMed search by clicking the Add to Search Builder button. I am now ready to search PubMed, so click Search PubMed. This search retrieves a relatively small number of targeted citations. You will notice that all of these citations are tagged with the text PubMed indexed for Medline. This indicates that the citation has been indexed with MESH terms. But please keep in mind that not all PubMed citations are slated to be MESH indexed, and it may take several weeks for a new citation to be indexed. So using MESH terms will limit your results to a subset of PubMed citations. Using the filter sidebar. This short video demonstrates how to use the PubMed filter sidebar. These filters replace the limits page, bringing the same functionality as limits directly to your search results page. Let us now use the word cancer as a sample search query. This is the result obtained when we type in cancer as a sample search query. In the sidebar, you see a default set of filter categories. To change this list, click Choose Additional Filters, select the desired categories and then click Apply. Note that text availability and publication dates cannot be removed. To narrow the search results, we could filter for articles published in the last 5 years that are also article type clinical trial. A filter's activated message appears. Just as with limits, once a filter is active, it remains in effect for subsequent searches until it is cleared. You can clear active filters in several ways. Use the Clear All links, the clear link for all filters within a category, or click an active filter. Within a category, applying additional filters actually expands your search rather than narrows it. This is because the additional filter is included as an OR term. For example, adding reviews expands my results today from 404 to 787. If you want to narrow your search with review, use search details to change the or to an and. Retrieving citations from a journal issue. To retrieve citations from a journal issue, click on Single Citation Matcher on the PubMed homepage under PubMed Tools. This is the page you obtain. Type the journal or the journal abbreviation in the title box. Enter either the publication date or the volume information. Your retrieval will include all the citations from PubMed in the journal issue. Let us now summarize what we have discussed so far. Open access refers to online research outputs that are free of all restrictions on access, for example access tolls, and free of many restrictions on use, for example certain copyright and license restrictions. Open access can be applied to all forms of published research output, including peer-reviewed and non-peer-reviewed academic journal articles, conference papers, theses, book chapters and monographs. There are multiple ways authors can provide open access to their work. One way is to publish it and then self-archive it in a repository where it can be accessed for free, such as their institutional repository or a central repository such as PubMed Central. PubMed was first released in January 1996 as an experimental database under the Emmrc retrieval system with full access to Medline. PubMed includes links to many sites providing full text articles and other related resources. PubMed comprises more than 25 million citations for biomedical literature from Medline, life science journals and online books. PubMed citations and abstracts include the fields of biomedicine and health, covering portions of the life sciences, behavioral sciences, chemical sciences and bioengineering. PubMed also provides access to additional relevant websites and links to the other NCBI molecular biology resources. PubMed does not include information about meeting abstracts, conference proceedings, dissertations, patents or websites. You can now try to answer the following questions. Number 1. What is open access and describe the importance of open access? Number 2. Explain how open access helps authors and scientists in their research. Number 3. List out the various open access resources related to life sciences. Number 4. Describe as to how PubMed was released and how do we search articles based on the subject and author on PubMed. Number 5. Explain how MESH is used to build a better PubMed query. Here are a few books for your reference. Bioinformatics, Concepts, Skills and Applications, written by S.C. Rastogi, Namita Mendirata, Parag Rastogi, published by CBS Publishers and Distributors, 1993, first edition. Understanding Bioinformatics, written by Marketa Swellable, Jeremy O. Baum, published by Garland Science Publishers, 2008. Introduction to Bioinformatics, written by Teresa K. Atwood and David J. Parry Smith, published by Pearson Education Limited, 1999. Thank you for watching this program. Let's meet again with another topic. Till then, bye.
Hello and welcome to the session on an introduction to the concept of curriculum. The process of every concept and project requires proper framework and planning. This is applicable to education as well. It is important to plan the different steps, understand the goals that we need to achieve, and to understand different resources that is required. A similar set of constraints, when applied to the field of education, gives birth to what is known as a curriculum. It is one of the important aspects of an educational system. Curriculum is usually understood to mean a group of subjects prescribed for study in a particular course, but it is not confined to this narrow concept. The word curriculum should be considered as a broad-based term used to denote the overall course content of education, that is the totality of experiences a pupil is exposed to within the boundaries of the school and outside. The word curriculum originated in ancient Rome and meant chariot race course. Curriculum derived from the Latin word curre, literally meant runway or path laid to reach the goal. In this sense, curriculum is the path through which the student has to go forward in order to reach the goal envisaged by education. Curriculum is a set of courses including their content offered at a school or university. Curriculum is the sum total of all learning experiences that are provided under the educational institution through its different programs, curricular as well as co-curricular. It is an organized plan of course lines along with the objectives and learning experiences to be used for the achievement of the desired outcomes. Curriculum thus embraces all the activities that children experience as learners in the school and which others organize for the purpose. It is an attempt to communicate the essential principles and features of an educational proposal. According to the Secondary Education Commission of 1953, curriculum is not only the academic subjects traditionally taught in the school, but it includes the totality of all experiences that a pupil receive through the manifold activities that go in the school, in the classroom, library, workshop, playground, and in the numerous informal contacts between teachers and pupils. Curriculum is the crux of the whole educational process, without which we cannot conceive any educational endeavor. It is different from syllabus. A syllabus is only verbal, book oriented and theoretical. Syllabus is much more specific and forms the basis for writing textbooks, preparing teacher's guide and planning what is to be learnt. But the scope of curriculum is much broader and deeper, for it comprehends every aspect of an educand's life and seeks to satisfy his requirements. It includes various kinds of co-curricular and extracurricular activities as well as various aspects of educational environment. So the two terms should not be treated as synonyms. Curriculum, like the constitution of a country, reflects the ethos of a nation and its chief concerns and commitments. It prepares individuals of a country to be useful and productive citizens. Therefore, it is important to take into consideration the knowledge of how learning occurs and what factors facilitate learning process that go to constitute curriculum development. A curriculum is more than putting together a set of academically required subjects. It must consider all aspects of the student life, the learning needs of students, the time available for the sessions, and the teacher's idea, capability and workload. The curriculum identifies the learning outcomes, standards and core competencies that students must demonstrate before advancing to the next level. A curriculum must reflect the needs of the society and those of the individuals to be educated. If education has to meet the needs of modern conditions, necessary changes must be introduced in the curriculum. The emerging objectives, the philosophy of education, culture, learning theories and knowledge warrant change in curriculum. No matter what we do, nothing is possible without student involvement. Therefore, any of the descriptions of curriculum must include a student-centered approach that is responsive to the student's needs. Curriculum is intimately related with all aspects of education. While education is a development process, curriculum is the input that provides within the direction to that process. While education is a learning process, curriculum helps to create certain situations for learning. So, curriculum is the plan for guiding the educative process. This plan consists of various components which are the following: the objectives, the content, teaching learning strategies and evaluation. Aims and objectives of curriculum. Curriculum helps in achieving the aims of education. Without a suitable curriculum, aims of education cannot be achieved. Since education is considered as an investment, the society expects some returns from it. Curriculum forms the building blocks of education at all grade levels. An effective curriculum provides teachers, students, administrators and community stakeholders with a measurable plan and structure for delivering a quality education. Teachers play a key role in developing, implementing, assessing and modifying the curriculum. An evidence-based curriculum acts as a roadmap for teachers and students to follow on the path to academic success. A school's curriculum informs teachers what skills must be taught at each grade level to ultimately prepare students for post-secondary education or a job. Curriculum is developed by cross currents of various factors and cross-fertilization of multifarious ideas and philosophies. New subjects and additions or omissions of the content are necessary in the curriculum. Since curriculum is developed for the students, their abilities and requirements force the framers of the curriculum to bring certain changes. Technological changes leads to change in the values and norms of the society and thus exercises pressure for change in the curriculum. The new media, materials and methods impact curriculum development. The social and moral values of the society also affects curriculum development. Political and economic factors in the country can also influence curriculum development in the same manner. The main objectives of curriculum are the following: synthesis of subject and life. The primary aim of a curriculum in education process is to provide the educand those subjects of study which will enable them to bridge the gap between school life and life outside school. It outlines for students a sequence of courses and tasks that must be successfully completed to master a subject and earn a diploma or degree. The curriculum ensures that each school is teaching students relevant material that helps them to cope up with situations inside and outside their schools, and it helps in monitoring the progress of students from all types of backgrounds. Students may be more motivated to study if they understand why certain subjects are taught in the curriculum. Complete development. The aim of education is to achieve the physical, mental, social, religious and spiritual development of the students. The curriculum helps in such a development. For the elementary grades, curriculum usually consists of the most fundamental material. The main goal of elementary curriculum is to produce well-rounded students capable of performing to expectations at the middle grades. The purpose of the curriculum is encapsulated in the 4 capacities that are to enable each child or young person to be a successful learner, a confident individual, a responsible citizen and an effective contributor. Development of democratic values. In all countries, curriculum should be developed in such a manner that it should aim to develop values of equality, liberty and fraternity so that the learners may develop into citizens of a democratic society. Every school should teach the students values such as tolerance, respect for others, cooperation and feeling of brotherhood. These values should be developed not just to have a national outlook but also aim at introducing a spirit of internationalism. Satisfaction of the learner's needs. Every student has varied needs, interests, skills, abilities, attitudes, aptitudes, etc. A curriculum should be designed in such a way as to fulfill all these multifarious needs and requirements. The curriculum should provide the learners opportunities for the development through strategies such as cooperative learning, group learning and project works which encourage students to explore and share ideas as they identify and solve problems. Realization of values. The education process in every country aims at development of character, and what is required for this is to help the educand internalize various desirable values. Hence, one of the objectives of curriculum is to enable the educand build up a desirable value system. As part of the curriculum and co-curricular programs and the teaching and learning activities of the school, value education occupies a place. Value education is an integrated curriculum concept rather than a program. Values must be explicitly articulated and taught in all schools and should be a part of each and every curriculum followed in the country. Acquisition and strengthening of knowledge. The term education is taken to mean acquisition of relevant knowledge, and hence it may be considered as the most fundamental objective to be realized by the curriculum. By providing and integrating knowledge in the various fields, the cognitive structure should be strengthened. Creation of suitable environment. The environment should assist the learners in achieving the maximum possible development of his intellect, emotions and skills. Hence, another objective of curriculum is to create an environment suitable for such a comprehensive development. The curriculum should be child-centered and child-focused and should be designed to help children establish their own identity as citizens of the world. Harmony between individual and society. The success of democracy depends upon the efficiency of the individuals as revealed in one's personal life as well as social life. The individual has to contribute to the society if he is capable to do so. Hence, the curriculum must create an environment which enables the individuals to achieve one's own development and at the same time contribute to the betterment of the society. Foundations of curriculum. Every curriculum has a purpose, and if it is constructed to serve that purpose, it must be based on strong foundations. Any system of education should be based on philosophical, sociological and psychological foundations. The curriculum should also be constructed based on these foundations. According to Aravind Chandra, 1977, there are mainly 4 foundations of curriculum development. They are objectives and philosophy of education, culture and cultural patterns, phenomenon of learning, and nature of knowledge. The philosophy and objectives of education have influenced the curriculum development over the years. The considerations and concerns for social reconstruction and economic development influence curriculum. For example, the elementary education is influenced by universalization, wastage, stagnation, constitutional directives, etc. The secondary education is shaped by objectives like democracy, socialism, secularism, vocational guidance, personality and leadership development, etc. The scientific understanding of culture is another foundation of curriculum development. Every society has some accepted cultural goals and values which are of immediate importance. The cultural goals shape the behavior and values of the society, and educational goals shape the curriculum development. The manners, way of life, customs and values of a society affect the curriculum. The phenomenon of learning is the third foundation of curriculum. Acknowledgement of nature of man and nature of learning is essential for curriculum development. The theories of learning show how learning takes place, what factors promote or retard learning, how motivation is related to learning, how transfer of learning occurs, what cognitive processes are the basis to learning, and so on. The nature of knowledge is the fourth foundation according to Arvind Chandra. The quality and quantity of knowledge influences curriculum development and planning. The types of knowledge and the methods about acquiring this knowledge form an important factor in the development of curriculum. Due to explosion of knowledge, the task of selecting significant content in various subjects has been complicated and challenging. Besides this, there are three foundations on the basis of which curriculum are constructed. Philosophical foundations. It is philosophy that determines the ultimate aims of education. The social structure and its economic organizations are also based on philosophical foundations. Philosophy takes into account fundamental issues like man's place in the universe, the aims of nature, the aims of society, the relationship between man and society, etc. There are various philosophies like idealism, naturalism, pragmatism, realism, etc. These have different views on the fundamental issues stated above and hence have different answers. This difference is sure to be reflected in the respective educational systems and their curricula also. Sociological foundations. The sociological foundations of education demands that we should bear in mind the needs, requirements and aspirations of the community for which an educational system is designed. Sociological approach considers not only the needs of the society but also organizes the needs of the learners. It takes into consideration the present as well as the future needs of citizens and adult members of the society. Since curriculum suggests the plan of action for any educational system, these psychological considerations will be reflected in it. Psychological foundations. Psychological considerations are the most important basis of curriculum formation. Many researches have been conducted in the modern times in the sphere of educational psychology that it has become an independent branch of study. The results of these research studies have had great impact on the shaping of curricula. This is because curricula are the means to the educand's development and hence it should be shaped in tune with the psychology of the learner. Different types of curriculum. The concept and nature of curricula varies corresponding to the nature of various educational systems. The modern concept is much different from the traditional one. As new systems of education developed in tune with the new philosophical, sociological and psychological principles and outlooks, new type of curriculum also came into existence. Some of the major curricula are traditional or subject-centered curriculum. The traditional curriculum, which was in vogue for a sufficiently long time, is conceived of in terms of subjects of study. Such a curriculum is organized with the greatest emphasis on facts, principles and skills in the subjects concerned. all stress was on the cognitive attainment of the learners rather than on their personal and social development. Activity-centered curriculum. The suggestions of many great people have led to the activity-centered curriculum. People like Rousseau, Dewey, Gandhiji and Pestalozzi realized that education which does not influence child's conduct is useless. Comenius suggested that it is through doing that things are learned. Rousseau said that it is better to keep the child busy in the workshop instead of making him stick to his books. He said that it is in the workshop that a student's hand will work to the profit of his mind. Pestalozzi declared that verbal system of teaching suits neither the faculties of the child nor the circumstances of life. All these led to the activity-centered curriculum. Activity-centered curriculum is a modern approach in curriculum development. It is a reaction against the traditional curriculum which was subject-centered or teacher-dominated. The traditional curriculum was narrowly conceived, bookish and mechanical, heavy and overloaded, stuffed too much with exam-oriented techniques. In an activity-centered curriculum, the subject matter is translated in terms of activities and knowledge is gained as an outgrowth and product of those activities. Activity is used as the medium for imparting knowledge, attitudes as well as skills. Child-centered curriculum. This type of curriculum is learner-oriented. In the child-centered curriculum, the subjects are chosen and taught keeping in view the social, emotional and intellectual needs of children as well as their capabilities and developmental status. Here the children take command of their learning. The teachers provide the support necessary and facilitate the child's learning following their natural curiosities, interests and passion. Education according to a child-centered curriculum requires active involvement of the child in the educative process. Experience-centered curriculum. This type of curriculum gives importance to the experience that the learner gets while participating in the process of learning. In experience-centered curriculum, the experience of the individual is the starting point of learning and not the subject matter or the interest of the learner. Undifferentiated curriculum. An undifferentiated curriculum is that which does not aim at specialized study of various subjects. This type of curriculum has to be followed in the primary and secondary level of education. Development of complete personality is possible only through integrated experiences, and the only means of bringing about this integration is the unification of subjects. An integrated curriculum allows teachers to measure a student's progress at various stages to ensure that she has mastered a subject and is ready for the next step in her education. Let me summarize the session. For every project, it is important to plan the different steps, understand the goals that we need to achieve and to understand different resources that is required. A similar set of constraints when applied to the field of education gives birth to what is known as a curriculum. The word curriculum should be considered as a broad-based term used to denote the overall course content of education, that is the totality of experiences a pupil is exposed to within the boundaries of the school and outside. It is the sum total of all learning experiences that are provided under the education institution through its different programs, curricular as well as co-curricular. A curriculum must reflect the needs of the society and those of the individuals to be educated. If education has to meet the needs of modern conditions, necessary changes must be introduced in the curriculum. The emerging objectives, the philosophy of education, culture, learning theories and knowledge warrant change in curriculum. The chapter discusses the aims and objectives of curriculum and its importance. Every curriculum has a purpose, and if it is constructed to serve that purpose, it must be based on strong foundations. Any system of education should be based on philosophical, sociological and psychological foundations. All the three foundations of curriculum, together with the different types of curriculum, are also explained in the chapter in detail. Now you can try to answer the questions listed here. Why is curriculum important in an education process? What are the different aims of a curriculum? Which are the three foundations of curriculum? What is activity-centered curriculum? How many types of curriculum exist? Explain. Now you may go through the reference books for further reading. Modern Trends in Indian Education, written by Mohanty J. and published by Deepan D. Publications, New Delhi in the year 2004. Problems of Education in India, written by Ram N.S. and Rajendra K.S., published by Atlantic Publishers and Distributors, New Delhi in 2004. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic. Have a nice day.
Kerala has always been rich in traditional crafts. The villages were the workplaces for these crafts. Bare hands and simple tools shaped things of daily use. The raw material did not come from outside. It was available in plenty in and around the villages. The products had a steady demand in the local market. These traditional crafts were a part of the age-old self-sustaining lifestyle of rural societies. It is dusk. As darkness begins to spread, it is time to light the vilaka, the traditional lamp. This custom in Kerala is believed to usher in prosperity and well-being to members of the household. These are not just bronze lamps. They are symbols of the rich cultural heritage of Kerala. As in the past, these lamps light up the shrines, enhancing the divine ambience within. These lamps also symbolize peace and harmony among the various religions. And they are a part of social life too. Marriages, initiation ceremonies and the like are not complete without lighting the ceremonial Nilavilaka. The performance of the Mohini in the temple premises and that of the Nangyas and Chakyas in the Kootambalam have flourished under the luminance of these traditional step lamps made of bronze. Bronze, an alloy of copper and tin, has been in use since 3000 BC. Civilizations across the continents have used bronze for making a variety of objects ranging from utensils, jewelry, ritualistic objects to a wide range of other artifacts. Making fine quality bronzeware is one of the traditional crafts of Kerala. The Belwigs, a cooperative of the metal craftsmen, is a premier unit engaged in producing a variety of bronzeware for which there has always been a steady market. These craftsmen belong to the Vishwakarma community. In the past, they worked in their houses. But all was not well with the craftsmen and their craft. Hence, in 1972, this cooperative was started and we have succeeded in bringing all craftsmen under one roof. Now there are over 100 craftsmen in the unit. Also, nowadays, many have come forward to learn the craft. This is an indication of the growth of this sector. Bronzewares are made through different methods. The most common is the lost wax or sire perdu. Here, a wax model encased in a refractory mold is replaced with hot metal to obtain the desired form of the object. There are 5 stages in this method. These are preparation of the core of the mold, preparation of wax model, covering the mold, melting and metal casting, and polishing of the bronzeware. The first task is to prepare the core of the mold by grinding a mixture of clay and cow dung. It is the women who make a rough core of the mold. The dried cores are shaped by the craftsmen on the country lathes. Here, the core of a Deepastambam, the multi-step lamp, is getting shaped. The grinding goes on till the core attains the required shape. The core is now ready for a coating of wax. This is the most important stage, for it is here that the details of the design are worked out. First, a wax ribbon of the metal's desired thickness is pasted. Applying the wax and etching the design patterns is a long-drawn process. For craftsmen like Krishnan, the creation of contours, curves and grooves comes naturally. Carving threads on the pieces of the Deepastambam is the last job done on the wax. In the same manner, idols are also carved out on wax. This, however, is a difficult job demanding a thorough knowledge of iconography. Young Sunanda Kumar is a master of iconography. With ease, he embellishes the figures of the deities with fine details. In some cases, the clay core is not used. For instance, this swan figure has no clay core. It is solid wax on which the details of the swan have been carved. The swan and the lion often serve as a decorative crown of the multi-tiered Deepastambam. However, the application of wax on the clay and carving the details on it is generally followed in the making of bronzeware. For instance, here the wax is being given the shape of a cauldron. Now begins the third stage of finishing the mold. Here, the wax model is covered with finely ground black sand obtained from river beds. This again is a job for the women folk. On the first coating, another mixture of sand and jute is applied so as to prevent the mold from cracking upon heating. To strengthen it further, a third and final coating of mud is applied on the mold. A mouth is created to de-wax and to pour the alloy into the mold. The dried molds are now heated to remove the wax, creating a cavity in the shape of the object being made. The molds are now ready for the fourth stage, which is casting. bronze is 78% copper and 22% tin. The copper-tin mixture is filled into the crucibles. These are then kept in the lower chamber of the furnace for melting the mixture. The dewaxed molds are kept in the upper chamber. Before charging the furnace openings are closed. The mouth of the furnace is partly closed and the upper chamber is covered with concrete blocks. The furnace is kept charged for about 5 hours for preparing the alloy at a temperature of 900 degrees Celsius. Once the alloy is melted, the molds are taken out of the furnace and positioned. The intense heat of the furnace and the red-hot alloy pose a stern challenge to the workers. To ward off the heat, they soak their arms and faces with water. From the mouth of the crucible, charcoal pieces are removed and wet cotton swabs are kept to suck air bubbles. The casting has to be done quickly, otherwise the alloy would solidify in the crucible itself. And all this has to be done with extreme care. As the molten alloy solidifies, it expands, snugly filling all cavities and crevices of the mold. As the solidified bronze cools, it contracts a little for the easy removal of the cast object. When the objects being made are huge, like the cauldron, the molds are kept buried for casting. Now begins the last and final stage of grinding and polishing. The cast figures are dull and lifeless in themselves. The obtrusive edges are now chiseled. As this process continues, the metal artifacts attain a golden sheen. These are then buffed to give them the luster that makes bronze artifacts come alive in their resplendent, eye-catching persona. These multi-layered deepastambhams, the handiwork of the metal craftsmen, have spread the fame of the Nadavarimba lamp far and wide. These are matchless artifacts. No wonder then that these exquisite pieces of craftsmanship have a steady and growing demand in the domestic and foreign markets. The Deepastambhams, in particular, some as tall as 30 feet, add an awe-inspiring aura to temple precincts. This traditional craft of bell metal is a fine example of man's fascination for music. It is an age-old romance and an enduring one.
Welcome to the session of Organization of Knowledge in Libraries, Library Classification. In this session, we shall discuss canons for works in the verbal plane and notational plane. Canons of verbal plane. Verbal plane is a plane of words or terms. The classes and isolates derived in the idea plane need to be denoted with appropriate terms, words or phrases in the classification schemes. However, the terms used to name the classes have many limitations. Some of them may be homonyms and synonyms. Certain terms become obsolete and new terms take their places. Polite terms are to be used to avoid the offense of users. All these problems relating to the natural language have to be eliminated or minimized in a scheme for classification. S.R. Ranganathan enunciated 4 canons to solve the problem relating to terminology. They are 1. Canon of context, 2. Canon of enumeration, 3. Canon of currency, 4. Canon of reticence. Now let us look into canon of context. The canon states that the denotation of a term in a scheme for classification should be determined in the light of the different classes or ranked isolates of lower order, that is upper links, belonging to the same primary chain of the classes or ranked isolate denoted by the term in question. There are certain terms that can occur in more than one subject. For example, terms such as disease, physiology, ecology, design, prevention can occur in different subjects. Therefore, in deciding the class number of a book, one should keep in mind the context in which a term has been used. This canon directs that the context can be understood by looking at the upper terms or broader subjects under which the particular term in question is enumerated as a subordinate class or isolate. The canon further indicates that the classificationist need not repeat any or all the upper links along with a lower link in the designing of a classification scheme. Column classification CC and duodecimal classification DDC follow the direction of this canon. For example, in CC edition 6 we have C5 radiation, 4 C in personality, 1 light, 1 2 red, 1 3 orange, etc. Here red and orange means red light and orange light, but the word light is not repeated as it is given in the upper link. Next is canon of enumeration. This canon states that the denotation of a term in a scheme for classification should be determined in the light of the subclasses or lower links enumerated in the various chains having the class denoted by the term in question as their common link. The denotation of a term may vary from one classification scheme to another. Usually, it is not possible to achieve an agreement regarding the denotation of terms. Hence, a user of a scheme should determine the denotation of a given term in a scheme with reference to the subclasses enumerated under it. The user should apply the canon of enumeration to determine the denotation of the term. For example, political science in CC includes only the theory of political science, but political science in DDC includes political science in practice also in addition to the theoretical aspects. This difference is understood from the enumeration of the subclasses of political science in the two schemes. Next is canon of currency. Canon of currency states that the term used to denote a class or ranked isolate in a scheme for classification should be the one current among those specializing in the subject field covered. According to this canon, the terms used in a scheme for classification should be the one in current usage. Usually, terms used to denote classes become obsolete through the passage of time and new terms emerge. A classification scheme should be revised constantly to accommodate new subjects and new terms. A faceted classification scheme does not enumerate compound subjects as such. Instead, it will enumerate fundamental constituent terms of compound subjects. But an enumerative classification scheme will enumerate simple and compound subjects. Names of compound subjects become obsolete more frequently compared to the names of constituent terms. Therefore, an enumerative classification scheme requires more frequent revision than a faceted scheme. Next is canon of reticence. This canon states that the terms used to denote a class or a ranked isolate in a scheme for classification should not be critical, that is, expressing any opinion of the classificationist. For example, the use of the term minor authors in the earlier editions of DDC was a violation of this canon. Similarly, the use of the term criticism in CC 6th edition is also a violation of the canon. The term criticism evokes prejudice. CC 7th edition has replaced this term by evaluation, which is a more polite expression. Works in notational plane. Need for notation, qualities of notation. The work in the notational plane involves representing the divisions of universe of knowledge with ordinal numbers from a system of notations. In a library classification scheme, names of classes or subjects are to be denoted by digits having ordinal value. Now, need for notation. Alphabetical sequence of names of subjects resulting in the scattering of documents of related subjects. Existence of synonyms and homonyms and other inconsistencies in the verbal plane rule out a purely alphabetical arrangement of subjects in a library classification scheme. Notational representation helps to achieve a filiatory sequence of the classes. It also helps to achieve mechanization in shelf arrangement of documents. Now, definitions of notation. Notation is a set of symbols representing numbers, quantities, sounds, etc. Notation is used in our everyday life for various contexts such as in music, mathematics or chemistry. In library classification also we use notation. E.C. Richardson defines notation as a shorthand sign. According to H.E. Bliss, notation is a symbol of marks or symbols in some order denoting terms or members of a series or system of things. Richardson's definition is general in nature, whereas Bliss's definition is more specific and with reference to library classification. However, S.R. Ranganathan gave a more precise definition. According to him, notation is a number forming a member of a notational system. Further, he explains that the notational system is a system of ordinal numbers to represent the classes in a scheme for classification. Now, the qualities of notation. S.R. Ranganathan mentions the qualities for notation in his Prolegomena to Library Classification, 3rd edition. First one is brevity. Second, speed in writing, that is, simplicity of symbols is required to achieve this quality. Third is pronounceability. Fourth is block formation. Fifth is facet formation. Sayer's Manual of Classification, 5th edition, enumerates the following as the features of a good notation. First one is brevity. Notation should be as brief as possible. Second, simplicity. Notation should be easy to say, to read and to pronounce. Third is expressiveness. Notation must convey clearly the order of subjects in the scheme for classification. Fourth is revealing the hierarchy. Notation should reveal the hierarchy of the system, indicating by its length and structure which subjects are equal in rank or to which subjects a specific topic has been subordinated. Fifth is hospitality. Notation should be hospitable, which means that the notation should permit any new subject to be inserted at the most appropriate place in the existing scheme so that helpful order is preserved. Sixth one, mnemonics. Mnemonics refers to the art of assisting memory. Notation must have special mnemonic aids to promote and assist the librarian's ability to recollect class numbers. It also helps in providing class numbers for new topics with consistency. Seventh is facetization. Notation should reveal each change of facet and indicate relations among faces. There are 4 factors which help to determine the brevity or otherwise of a notation. First is the amount of details provided. Sometimes one has to make a choice between brevity and specificity. Second, the allocation or apportionment of notation to subjects. Some subject fields in certain classification schemes have been allocated only a very small range of notation. Documents dealing with such subjects will get a longer class number. For example, in DDC, Christianity is given a lion's share of the class numbers under main class religion. All other religions are squeezed in under 290 other religions. Therefore, a book on some aspects of Hinduism or Islam will have a longer class number. Same is the case with non-European languages and their literature. Third one, notation can be shorter if it gives up the idea of consistently displaying the structure or hierarchy. Fourth one, an alphabetical notation tends to be shorter than a numerical one. A notation of decimal numbers offers 9 coordinate positions only, but an alphabetical base provides for 26 coordinate topics. A mixed notation consisting of both alphabets and numerals has much higher capacity to accommodate more coordinate classes. Therefore, decimal numbers used hierarchically offer longer class numbers. Simplicity and brevity need not go together. A short class number need not be simple if it consists of very complicated symbols. Pure notation consists of Indo-Arabic numerals IAN only is considered to be most simple. However, simple and brief notation may not be sufficient to represent the divisions of the ever-growing universe of knowledge coextensively. S.R. Ranganathan insisted that the class number should be coextensive with the specific subject of the document. Expressiveness and revealing hierarchy more or less imply the same quality. In expressive or hierarchical notation, the length of the class numbers increase in proportion to the order of the class or in proportion to the number of characteristics used. It becomes easy to understand which subjects are coordinate and to which subject a particular topic is subordinated. This kind of notation is also known as structured notation. Hierarchical notation has many advantages. It helps to derive subject headings using chain procedure. It also helps to broaden or narrow down search in manual as well as mechanical information retrieval. However, hierarchical notation may not be always possible because it may increase the length of class numbers. Therefore, hierarchy and expressiveness shall be adopted within reasonable limits. Hospitality refers to the ability of the notational system to accommodate new topics and concepts at the appropriate places. Without hospitality in notation, maintenance of helpful order among the classes is impossible. Classification schemes facilitate hospitality by using a number of notational techniques and devices. Mnemonic quality refers to memory aids provided to notation by the consistent use of same digits for same concepts wherever they occur. Separately enumerated schedules and tables serve as memory aids. Similarly, seminally equivalent concepts are represented by same digit wherever they occur. Use of mnemonics reduces the bulk of the schedule of the classification scheme and gives consistency to the class numbers and provides a helpful method for constructing class numbers for newly emerging topics. In block formation, long class numbers are separated into blocks of 3 digits as a requisite of the physiology of human eye and psychology of human mind. In facet formation, different groups of digits are separated by meaningful connecting digits to indicate the nature of each facet in a class number. A mixed notation is to be preferred over a pure notation because of its long base. All the mentioned qualities are desirable for a good notational system. However, it is the particular situation which decides the type of notation. It is only reasonable to strike a balance between the different qualities mentioned. Next is canons for notational plane, notational synonym and homonym. According to S.R. Ranganathan, the notational system used in a scheme for classification should satisfy certain basic canons for notation and the canons of mnemonics. The basic canons for notation are grouped into two sets. First one is canons relating to notational synonym and homonym. Second is 5 antithetic pairs of canons. The first group includes two canons, namely canon of synonym and canon of homonym. The second set consists of 5 pairs of canons, which are such that the first pair in each pair is a positive statement and the second one is its negation. Therefore, the first one should be preferred in each pair of canons. The 5 pairs are: first one, canon of relativity and canon of uniformity. Second, canon of hierarchy and canon of non-hierarchy. Third, canon of mixed base and canon of pure base. Fourth, canon of faceted notation and canon of non-faceted notation. Fifth one, canon of co-extensiveness and canon of under-extensiveness. Next is canons relating to notational synonym and homonym. First one, canon of synonym. Canon of synonym states the class number of a subject in a system of class numbers and the isolate number of an isolate idea in a system of isolate numbers should be unique. This canon implies that each subject should be represented by one and only one class number. Use of two numbers to represent one idea or giving alternative class numbers for the same subject should be avoided. For example, DDC gives alternative numbers for some subjects such as biography and bibliography. Biography of scientists 509.2.925, bibliography of astronomy 520.16.016.52. Similarly, in CC, psychotherapy gets two numbers, L:4:691, S:86. The classifier should choose only one of the two alternatives for a subject and follow that consistently if the scheme violates the canon at any instance. Otherwise, it will create confusion to the classifier as well as to the user. It is essential that the classificatory language should be free from synonyms. Next is canon of homonym. The subject represented by a class number in a system of class numbers and the isolate idea represented by an isolate number in a system of isolate numbers should be unique. The canon implies that each class number should represent one and only one subject. No class number should be allowed to represent two or more subjects. Similarly, each isolate number should represent one and only one isolate idea. When a classification scheme follows brevity in its notation, it is not possible to adhere strictly to this canon. For example, Ryder's International Classification consists of 3-digit class numbers only, and each class number represents several subjects, thus violating the canon. A faceted classification scheme has greater ability to resolve notational homonym. However, in practice, CC edition 6 also does not have specific class numbers for many subordinate topics in some main classes. For example, in main class library science, all aspects of library cataloging such as subject cataloging, descriptive cataloging are to be included in one class number 2:55. Canon of homonym demands detailed enumeration and specific class number for each specific subject. classification schemes have to provide for this by constant revision and detailed enumeration. Now let us summarize whatever we have discussed. As we have already seen, this part describes the normative principles needed for works in the verbal plane and notational plane. 4 canons of verbal plane, namely canon of context, canon of enumeration, canon of currency and canon of reticence are described in detail. Further, the term notation is defined in the context of library classification. Need for notation in classification and the essential qualities required for a good notational system are also explained. Finally, 2 important canons for notational plane, that is canon of synonym and canon of homonym, are stated and explained. Now I have a few assignments for you to work out. First one, state and explain the canon of context. Second, write a short note on canon of synonym. Third, mention the different qualities of notation and examine how far the notational system of colon classification satisfies these qualities. Fourth, critically examine how far colon classification and Dewey Decimal classification observe the canon of harmony. Now here are a few books for reference. Theory of Classification, 4th edition revised, written by Krishna Kumar, published by Vikas Publishing House, New Delhi, 1988. Next is Library Classification, Facets and Analysis, written by Shahabat Hussain, published by Tata McGraw-Hill, New Delhi, 1993. Prolegomena to Library Classification, 3rd edition, written by S.R. Ranganathan, published by Sharda Ranganathan Endowment for Library Science, Bangalore, 1967. And finally, Bachelor of Library Information Science, Study Material, University of Calicut, 1995. Thank you for watching this session. See you in the next session. Until then, bye.
Welcome to Interface. Today we have with us Professor E.V. Ramakrishnan, Professor Emeritus at Central University of Gujarat, Gandhinagar. Professor Ramakrishnan has distinguished himself as a bilingual writer, writing in Malayalam and English and translating among 5 languages: Malayalam, Hindi, Gujarati, Marathi and English. So we are honored to have Professor Ramakrishnan here. He will be talking to us about his experiences and about his writing, about what he feels on a variety of issues. Sir, as a person who in a way represents India's multicultural identity, you are a writer, you write in 2 languages, you translate among 5 languages, you have taught in 2 states, you are an active literary critic. All these things you have been doing for the last many years. So how do you feel your experience in this, especially as a teacher, as a veteran teacher? How do you feel these experiences have contributed to your understanding of India's multicultural identity?
It has been a long journey when I look back. When I began teaching English, I followed the traditional ideology of British literature as a very canonical kind of form of world literature. But my experiences in the semi-urban, rural kind of classroom in Maharashtra and later in Gujarat gradually alerted me to a very complex situation within the language teaching programs in India. I felt students have their linguistic resources, they have their own, they bring to the classroom their own linguistic and cultural kind of resources, but they are not actually made into a framework of dialogue by the curriculum. The curriculum does not expect them to speak as a representative of a society which has gone through colonialism, which is recently independent, which is still looking beyond the colonial frameworks. And I would also add a couple of things here. I was in Hyderabad for a couple of years where I witnessed Murki agitation. I was in Marathwada, which went through a traumatic kind of agitation for the renaming of the university with a lot of violence and police action. All this alerted me to the fragility of our socio-political framework. And I felt there was a certain asymmetry between the canonical literature I taught and the classroom situation which on a day-to-day basis needed to negotiate the contingency of a post-colonial kind of society. And very often students did not relate to the text you are teaching. And this is where my introspection regarding the whole English teaching program in India took shape. And I was reminded of a statement by Foucault, who said, very often you know what you are doing, but you don't know what your deeds are doing, what your actions are doing. I knew I was teaching English, but now I became aware of what teaching English, an act I was involved in, was doing in a semi-rural or semi-urban kind of Indian situation.
You mean to say that the asymmetry between not only different linguistic cultures, but also the asymmetries that exist within a linguistic culture became apparent to you?
Definitely. The Dalit assertion within Marathi had already begun by mid-70s. They questioned, challenged, interrogated the canonical kind of literary tradition of Marathi. A certain redefinition of tradition was underway in Marathi literature, and the modernist movement was gradually losing momentum. And Dalit literature now came to the forefront, and this also raised a number of issues about the idea of the literary, the relation between literature and public sphere, and how the very idea of prestige styles in literature have a bearing on reading what we call the poetic and fictional texts. Hence, what I actually, when I look back, what I see is 1970s were eventful, were a period of redefinitions, revamping of tradition and revision of basic categories like the literary, the cultural, etc. And somewhere along the line, there was also discussion on the crisis in English studies. 3 or 4 books regarding the crisis of English studies in India were published around this time. And there was open discussion on how English in third world countries or post-colonial societies need to be approached differently and not through the British Council ideology of imparting what you call linguistics or ELT to what you call a very inferior type of natives. And all this together also resulted in the revamping of syllabi and curriculum. By the time I moved to Surat, already there were very important pointers to reinterpreting what we call English curriculum in India.
But the changes probably came substantially in the 90s, right?
The changes were slow in coming, and a certain kind of questioning had already begun. And I remember literary theory as a kind of new chapter, as different from literary criticism, was already making its presence felt. Barthes, Foucault, Derrida, these names were in the air. And I remember attending a workshop which lasted almost 10 days at Bombay University, where people like Robert Young and Easthorpe in fact gave us lectures. And this was my first major introduction to the literary theory which was emerging in the West. And I found them extremely relevant, mainly because they raised issues of culture and politics in post-colonial kind of society.
So, although this kind of a reinvention of the curriculum, the remolding of the curriculum was on, the other side of the picture probably also would have occurred to you. That is, although the major linguistic communities of India passed through comparatively the same kind of colonial experience, probably you have noticed substantial differences, say between Maharashtra and Gujarat, between Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Probably you have.
Definitely. I was struck by parallels and also contrasts. In a certain sense, there were underlying convergences between a number of literary traditions in India. I could see the coming of the novel, the romantic nationalist movement, the progressive movement, the modernist phase. These were common to Malayalam, Marathi, Hindi, Bengali, Gujarati, many of these languages. At the same time, when you went down to the ground realities, there were substantial differences. In a state like Maharashtra, the presence of Ambedkarite ideology made a lot of difference to the manner in which a certain caste factor was perceived by writers. In Gujarati, perhaps the presence of Gandhi and the influence of Gandhi on the mainstream literature perhaps shaped their worldview for a considerable period of time. And you have the communist movement in Kerala, the Dravidian movement in Tamil Nadu. So I felt we need to look at the parallels. We also need to actually talk about the plurality of Indian literatures from a perspective of not unity in diversity, but of a certain kind of plurality which allows us to redefine the very concept of what we call multilingual literary easy experience.
And I think you have discussed it rather extensively in those 2 books of yours, Locating Indian Literature and Making It New. I think the first one was making it new.
Yeah. In fact, I wanted to actually do research on modernism in Indian literature even earlier. But somehow the kind of English department, the way they were constituted, did not allow research in Indian language traditions or literary traditions in the 70s. Things are much different today. And hence, I did my PhD on American literature, but subsequently, when I moved to postdoctoral research, I began addressing issues which were comparative in nature. But these comparative literary issues had already come into my horizon of experience much earlier through two activities. One is my writing in Malayalam, and second, my translations. Both allowed me to look at literatures not merely from a single literature point of view. And I always believed if you know only Malayalam, you don't understand what happens within Malayalam. You always need a certain framework which allows you to cross boundary. So my question was, how do you cross borders? How do you cross boundary? Translation was one of the means of crossing boundary. And another definite way of doing was taking comparable kind of frames and analyzing text which are different but similar, which allows you to move between time frames but also locate certain kind of what I call a deeper level of harmony.
And about movements also within literatures. For example, we have what is called political modernism in Malayalam, which probably didn't rise in Gujarati or other languages. Similarly, I've heard it said that in British poetry, there is a certain stream of political poetry, such as Larkin's or Ted Hughes, but it hasn't crystallized into a movement. So, how do you look at such movements in the literatures you looked at in India?
In fact, if you look at my definition of modernism and my treatment of modernism in my book called Making It New, I have actually found a certain high modernist movement in all these literatures at the initial stage. And perhaps they needed to isolate a domain of aesthetic as an insular hermetic field. And this insular hermetic idea of aesthetic perhaps was an attempt to resist a certain kind of ideological control of literature which came from progressive and nationalist progressive tradition. And in that sense, there was an element of resistance within high modernism. But gradually, that oppositional element within high modernism increasingly became non-available, and high modernist literature became merely formalist kind of literature. And this movement coincided with the point I made earlier, large-scale developments of subaltern assertion across India. It happens through Dalits, it happens through certain kind of extremist politics. It happens also in Kerala in the 70s. If you look at the post-emergency period in all these parts of India, you suddenly find a certain politicization of literary sensibility. Emergency experience itself occasioned a certain politicization.
Even if there is no movement as such in political poetry.
It in a way took the shape of a movement of, I have actually called it avant-garde kind of movement, particularly in Hindi, Malayalam, Bengali, not Gujarati, but Marathi. The Dalit poetry or the Akavida in Hindi. You see, three things happen. One, literary production and literary establishment now come to be seen as a certain kind of what they call ideologically determined structures of power. So writers now actually want to critically evaluate the role played by literature as establishment. And this also brings them to another: literary discourse is not available as quote unquote merely literature, merely literary kind of expression. It always has deeper kind of ideological structures within that. And you find a whole lot of poems in Malayalam. I can very well mention K.G. Shankarapillai's Bengal or Sachidanandan Satyavangmulam, and you find Marathi Namdev Dasal's Golpidha, or you find certain poems in Bengali and Hindi, particularly Dhumil's poetry from Samsat Se Sadak Tak. A whole set of such poems call into question what constitutes the literary. And there was a conscious attempt to move away from overtly formalist features of high modernism. And this perhaps also allowed writers to listen to subaltern voices. You can see in Malayalam Kadaminita using the popular, using a certain kind of oral poetic. And this happens also in Dalit poetry. Rediscovering the resources of orality, rediscovering the resources of bhakti poetry. And we also have a certain critical ideas of Keraliyata, or what you call in nativism in Marathi. And all these actually return to the resources of Indian kind of literary traditions. And perhaps that was a moment of turning away from a kind of cosmopolitan modernism, which had also lost its validity after the 1968 students' revolt and the emergence of critical theory or postmodern kind of theory, which questioned Eurocentrism of a whole set of received notions about modernity.
But as you said, this nativism, which rose immediately after the rise of the ebb of political models. What exactly was its role? Was it in some instances regressive, or did it also imbibe the political modernist spirit which was prevalent in the literatures?
In fact, even today, somebody like Balachandran Nimade would adhere to the ideology of nativism. But initially, at least, nativism was a reaction to a kind of rootless cosmopolitan mimicking of Western modernism.
Excess of modernism.
Excess of modernism. And there was a genuine case for not actually borrowing lock, stock and barrel the entire expressive poetic of another Western kind of tradition. But perhaps where they lost their direction was nativism also essentialized a certain kind of experience rooted in their own separate tradition. If you look at what ludicrous forms Kerala took in a number of poets, M. Govindan writing poetry without any Sanskrit words, or people cultivating a kind of Dravidian poetic in a very artificial kind of manner. In Marathi, as you go back, you also find caste as a major factor. So when you talk about nativism, you also need to actually see the past is not a kind of utopia where we have only what you call linguistic resources. It was also an oppressive period where not everyone was allowed to speak. How do you actually historicize this early phase of culture? Such questions were inconvenient and they were not answered properly.
Literacy itself was abysmally low, as some sociologists have pointed out, less than 5%, according to some.
Exactly. And the access to what you call the resources of knowledge and literature were confined to a few upper castes. And in such a kind of historically what you call vertically divided society, you cannot speak about a certain nativist utopia. And this is perhaps what made the very idea fall apart when it was subjected to critical scrutiny.
We come to the end of part 1 of this conversation with Professor E.V. Ramakrishnan. We will be back for the second part in the next edition of Interface.
Hello everyone, welcome to a session on related databases of protein structure. In this session, let us discuss structural and related databases, their organization and their attributes as well. We would also gain an insight about how to use information retrieval system to obtain data and the need to analyze structural data using these databases. Bioinformatics is the application of information technology to store, organize and analyze the vast amount of biological data which is available in the form of sequences and structures of proteins, which are the building blocks of organisms, and nucleic acids, which are the information carrier. The biological information of nucleic acids is available as sequences, while the data of proteins is available as sequences and structures. Sequences are represented in single dimension, whereas a structure contains the three-dimensional data of sequences. A biological database is a collection of data that is organized so that its contents can easily be accessed, managed and updated. The activity of preparing a database can be divided into collection of data in a form which can be easily accessed, making it available to a multi-user system, always available for the user. The data stored in structured database records represents a practical summary of the experimental data. It is, however, not the data gathered directly by instruments, nor is it a simple mathematical transformation of that data. Each structured database record carries assumptions and biases that change as the state of the art in structure determination advances. Nevertheless, each biomolecular structure is a hard-won piece of crucial information and provides potentially critical information regarding the function of any given protein sequence. Structural completeness is quite rare in structured database records. Most X-ray structures lack coordinates for hydrogen atoms because the locations of hydrogen atoms in space are not resolved by the experimental methods currently available. However, some modeling software can be used to predict the location of these hydrogen atoms and reconstruct a structure record with the now modeled hydrogen atoms added. It is easy to identify the products of molecular modeling in structure databases. These often have overly complete coordinate data, usually with all possible hydrogen atoms present, that could not have been found using an experimental method. The first class of protein structure prediction methods, including threading and comparative modeling, rely on detectable similarity spanning most of the model sequence and at least one known structure. The second class of methods, de novo or ab initio methods, predict the structure from sequence alone without relying on similarity at the fold level between the model sequence and any of the known structures. There are a number of databases available online for elucidating the protein structure, and this module focuses on some of the important databases used by the biologists. ProCite. ProCite is a database of protein families and domains. It consists of biologically significant sites, patterns and profiles which help to map the unknown sequences to known protein families. Since the latest NAR database issue paper, ProCite has increased its number of signatures to 1,559 documentation entries, 1,308 patterns, 863 profiles and 869 pro-rules. ProCite was constructed by Emmrc. It is based on the protein sequences in SwissProt. Certain regions of protein sequences have been conserved in nature, and as a basic thumb rule, these regions form the basis of the function of a protein and or for the maintenance of its three-dimensional structure. The patterns or signatures that these regions of the protein sequences display help in setting them aside from other unrelated sequences. Therefore, it is possible to ascertain certain families of proteins to an unknown sequence based on the signature pattern or profile of the particular domain. The basis of ProCite is regular expressions describing characteristic subsequences of specific protein families or domains. It has now been extended to contain some profiles which can be described as probability patterns for specific protein sequence families. ProCite makes a distinction between patterns and rules, which are both described by regular expressions. A pattern is defined as a unique characteristic that belongs to a protein domain family. A rule only displays certain features in a protein sequence that may or may not help in assigning it to a specific protein family. For example, a potential phosphorylation site can be found in many protein sequences. The ProCite databases uses two kinds of signatures or descriptors to identify conserved regions, that is, patterns and generalized profiles, both having their own strengths and weaknesses, defining their area of optimum application. Each ProCite signature is linked to an annotation document where the user can find information on the protein family or domain detected by the signature, such as the origin of its name, taxonomic occurrence, domain architecture, function, 3D structure, main characteristics of the sequence, domain size and literature references. ProCite signatures are also associated with corresponding pro-rules which contain information for the automated annotation of domains in the UniProt KB/SwissProt database. Some of the information stored in pro-rule can be accessed via Scan ProCite, which provides additional features such as active sites or disulfide bonds associated with a particular domain. The interface of ProCite is as follows. Here is an image which shows the interface of ProCite. The ProCite website was redesigned and new predictive 60 tools were implemented to assign more detailed functional information to the scanned proteins. Users who want to scan their own proteins against all ProCite entries or to scan a ProCite entry against a protein database will find a new version of the Scan ProCite web page. Access to ProCite. Browse ProCite documentation entries. It is possible to search ProCite using the following parameters: post-translational modifications, compositional biased regions, domains, DNA or RNA associated proteins, enzymes, electron transport proteins, other transport proteins, structural proteins, receptors, cytokines and growth factors, hormones and active peptides, toxins, inhibitors, protein secretion and chaperones and others. The entries in the database are alphanumeric and follow a definite structure. Let us now consider an example. PDOC000202 Kringle domain signature and profile. The character in the first column is used to indicate whether a documentation entry is new in this release. Plus sign or has been modified to asterisk. The numerical characters in the positions 3 to 7 provide the documentation entry accession number. The numerical characters in the position 9 is used to indicate how many data entries such as patterns, rules and profiles or matrices are described by a documentation entry. Examples are PDOC00001 1N glycosylation site, PDOC00351 2 disintegrin domain signature and profile, PDOC00027 2 homeobox domain signature and profile, PDOC000861 thymidylate synthase active site, PDOC00160 DNA topoisomerase 2 signature, PDOC00109 phospholipase A2 active site signatures. Search by author. Searching ProCite by author name is possible. Search by citation. ProCite can be searched using this option for journals published after 1965 with options such as journal name, volume and year. Search by description. It is possible to search ProCite database of protein families and domains by the description of sites and patterns by using a keyword. The keyword may be any word or partial word appearing in the description of the documentation entries. Search by full text. The text search is the relatively new feature available on ProCite release 19.24. The search is case sensitive. Wildcards may be used to search with partial words. Boolean operators such as and, or and not can be used to restrict search with brackets such as the flower bracket and to specify the order. SRS or sequence retrieval system. ProCite offers two alternative search forms under this category. These are self-explanatory. Tools available at ProCite. Scan ProCite. This tool enables a user to scan a sequence against ProCite or a pattern against SwissProt or TREMBL or PDB for the occurrence of patterns, profiles and rules or motifs stored in the ProCite database. It also visualizes matches on structures with a graphical view and feature detection. Motif scan. It allows a user to scan a sequence against the profile entries in ProCite and PFAM. Motif scanning allows search for all known motifs that occur in a given unknown sequence. InterProScan. This is a Perl stand-alone InterProScan package that allows the user to query the input or unknown sequence against InterPro. The InterPro database integrates ProCite, prints, PFAM, ProDOM, SMART, PIGR FAMs, PIR superfamily, Gene3D and Panther databases. The tool combines different protein signature recognition methods into one resource. PRAT. This is a tool that interactively generates conserved patterns from a series of aligned proteins. The tool may be used to look for patterns that are conserved in a set of sequences. The advantage of this tool is that the user can specify what kind of patterns should be searched for and how many sequences should match a pattern to be reported. PSScan. It is a Perl program to scan ProCite locally. PF Tools. These are standalone programs to create and scan ProCite profiles. PFAM. The PFAM database is a large collection of protein families, each represented by multiple sequence alignments and hidden Markov models or HMMs. Proteins are generally composed of one or more functional regions commonly termed domains. Different combinations of domains give rise to the diverse range of proteins found in nature. The identification of domains that occur within proteins can therefore provide insights into their function. PFAM is a database of curated protein families, each of which is defined by two alignments and a profile hidden Markov model (HMM). Profile HMMs are probabilistic models used for the statistical inference of homology built from an aligned set of curator-defined family representative sequences. In PFAM, the profile HMM is searched against a large sequence collection based on UniProt knowledge base, UniProt KB, to find all instances of the family. Sequence regions that score above the curated threshold that is set for each family to eliminate false positives, the so-called gathering threshold, are aligned to the profile HMM to produce the full alignment. Curated entries are referred to as PFAM-A entries. The profile HMMs are built and searched using the HMM-ER software suite. Sometimes a single profile HMM cannot detect all homologues of a diverse superfamily, so multiple entries may be built to represent different sequence families in the superfamily. Such related PFAM-A entries are grouped into clans. PFAM data are available in a variety of formats, which include flat files derived from the MySQL database and relational table dumps, both of which can be downloaded from the FTP site. The PFAM website provides different ways to access the database content, providing both graphical representations of and interactive access to the data. This is an image showing the PFAM database interface. PFAM statistics. The current release of PFAM version 27.0 contains 14,831 PFAM-A families. Of these families, 4,563 have been classified into 515 clans. Compared with PFAM 26.0, there has been an increase of 1,159 families, that is 1,182 new entries have been added and 22 entries have been removed, and 16 new clans with an additional 320 families have been classified into clans. Two of the main sources for generating the new families added to release 27.0 were protein data bank structures and human sequences. The image shown on the screen shows a striking example of overlapping genes. The 6 reading frames are displayed graphically at the top box of the results page. All the 3 reading frames from the positive strand contain matches to PFAM-A, which are tabulated in the image. The position of the stop codons are indicated by square lollipops. This search tool accepts sequences up to 80,000 nucleotides in length and searches the PFAM-A HMM library using the gathering threshold. The core aim of PFAM is to produce protein families that reliably classify as much of sequence space as possible. The database continues to grow and evolve during the 2013 with efforts concentrated on adding new families and improving existing ones, while also trying to make the core family data as accessible as possible. As homologous proteins are more likely to share structural and functional features, PFAM families can aid in the annotation of uncharacterized sequences and guide experimental work. Despite the continued growth of the sequence databases, PFAM has maintained and even increased its coverage of UniProt KB. Over the coming years, new families will be added to PFAM, thereby producing more frequent releases. PRINTS database. The PRINTS database houses a collection of protein fingerprints which may be used to assign family and functional attributes to uncharacterized sequences, such as those currently emanating from the various genome sequencing projects. The April 2002 release includes 1,700 family fingerprints encoding approximately 10,500 motifs covering a range of globular and membrane proteins, modular polypeptides, and so on. Fingerprints are groups of conserved motifs that, taken together, provide diagnostic protein family signatures. They derive much of their potency from the biological context afforded by matching motif neighbors. This makes them at once more flexible and powerful than single motif approaches. The technique further departs from other pattern matching methods by readily allowing the creation of fingerprints at superfamily, family and subfamily specific levels, thereby allowing more fine-grained diagnosis. Identification of protein families. At the heart of the analysis methods that underpin family databases is the multiple sequence alignment. When building an alignment as more distantly related sequences are included, insertions are often required to bring equivalent parts of adjacent sequences into the correct register as shown in the image on the screen. The figure on the screen gives an overview of the three main sequence analysis approaches and the databases to which they give rise. Single motif methods that exploit regular expressions underpin prosite and E-motif, multiple motif approaches that use either identity or weight matrices are the basis of prints and blocks, and full domain methods that exploit either absolute or probabilistic scores underpin profiles and PFAM. As a result of this gap insertion process, islands of conservation emerge from a backdrop of mutational change. These conserved regions, typically around 10 to 20 residues in length, tend to correspond to the core structural or functional elements of the protein and are commonly termed motifs. Database format. Prints is built as single ASCII2 file. The contents are separated into specific fields relating to general information, bibliographical references, text, lists of matches, and the motifs themselves. Each line of a field is assigned a distinct two-letter code, allowing the database to be indexed for fast querying of its contents. In the general field at the top of the file, each entry is assigned a code by which it can be identified and an accession number. This is followed by a description of the type of entry. The term compound indicates that the fingerprint contains several elements, the number of constituent motifs being indicated in parentheses. The details of the creation and latest update information are then given, followed by a descriptive title and cross-references to entries in a variety of other databases such as Interpro and PDB. A list of bibliographical references is then provided. This relates to a detailed abstract of the family that describes its function and structure, its disease associations, evolutionary relationships, and so on. Every abstract also contains a technical description of how the fingerprint was derived. This image shows the user interface of Prints database. Current release. Prints is released in major and minor versions. Minor releases reflect updates bringing the contents in line with the current version of the source database. Major releases denote the addition of new material to the resource. Major releases are made quarterly, each release including 50 new families. To date, 1,700 fingerprints encoding 10,342 motifs have been developed and deposited in Prints, making it the most comprehensive, fully manually annotated protein family database available. Nevertheless, overall, the database is still small relative to the number of protein families that exist, largely because the detailed documentation of entries is extremely time-consuming. Search tools. There are two main tools available for searching prints: a BLAST server, which allows similarity searches against sequences matched in the current version of the database, and the fingerprint scan suite, which allows sequence searches against fingerprints contained. An important consequence of storing the motifs in this raw form is that, unlike with regular expressions or other abstractions, no sequence information is lost. Different scoring methods may be superposed onto the motifs, conferring different scoring potentials and hence different perspectives on the same data. Pattern databases provide powerful tools for analyzing uncharacterized sequence data, in particular by placing individual sequences in a family context for a more informed assessment of function than is possible with conventional pairwise searches. While there is some overlap between them, the contents of the family databases differ. It is therefore good practice to search all available repositories to ensure that one's analysis is as comprehensive as possible and that it takes advantage of a variety of search methods. Where there is consensus, diagnosis can be made with greater confidence. Together, PRINTS and PRINTS-S are thus complementary tools that facilitate genome annotation and greater depth to sequence analysis by offering both unique hierarchical diagnosis and new ancestral perspectives on protein family relationship. NDB, or the Nucleic Acid Database. The Nucleic Acid Database, or NDB, is a web portal providing access to information about 3D nucleic acid structures and their complexes. In addition to primary data, the NDB contains derived geometric data, classification of structures and motifs, standards for describing nucleic acid features, as well as tools and software for the analysis of nucleic acids. A variety of search capabilities are available, as are many different types of reports. The Nucleic Acid Database was founded in 1991 to assemble and distribute structural information about nucleic acids. In addition to primary structural data that are contained in the archival protein data bank, the NDB contains annotations specific to nucleic acid structure and function, as well as tools that enable users to search, download, analyze and learn more about nucleic acids. Nucleic Acid Database is thus a value-added database providing services specifically for the nucleic acid community. When the NDB was first established, the focus was on DNA structural biology. As more RNA structures have been determined, tools and annotations were developed to address the features of these molecules. The NDB seeks to be a central source for nucleic acid structural information and annotations that evolves with the science. NDB data content. The NDB contains primary structural information about nucleic acid containing structures obtained from the PDB, as well as classifications and derived data. Manually annotated nucleic acid classifications as well as derived and calculated data regarding structural features of RNA are managed separately from the primary structure entries. These data are recorded and stored as external reference files, or ERFs. Primary structural information. The primary data obtained from the corresponding PDB structure entries include experimental files, identifiers, structural descriptions, citations, crystal data, coordinate information and details regarding crystallization, data collection and structure refinement. Nucleic acid classifications. Annotations specific to nucleic acid and the molecules to which they are bound are provided. Nucleic acid annotations include nucleic acid type and conformation structure description and secondary structure. Some functional information about the bound proteins as well as drug binding modes is also offered. Derived data. Derived structural features such as bond distances, angles, torsions and base morphology are calculated from the coordinate data and stored in the searchable database. Information on RNA structural features include pairwise nucleotide interactions for each RNA structure, equivalence classes and NR sets of RNA structure files and RNA 3D motifs extracted from structures are also added. RNA pairwise interactions. Pairwise interactions between RNA nucleotides are annotated using FR3D for RNA base pairing and base stacking interactions and as described. Growth of the number of nucleic acid structures in the PDB. This figure illustrates the nucleic acid database search engine. Search is available separately for DNA and RNA structures. Users can create a set of entries by constraining particular predefined data attributes in several categories. Following a preliminary search, users can add selection constraints from additional categories to further narrow their searches. DNA search. Selection options are organized under the headings polymer, protein function, structural features and experimental method. Polymer. Select structures based on polymer composition such as DNA only, protein DNA complexes, drug DNA complexes, hybrids, chimera and peptide nucleic acid mimetics. Protein function. Narrow the search based on the type of protein found in the protein DNA complex, enzyme, structural protein, regulatory protein or other classification. Structural features. Find structures based on secondary structure and conformation types. Options include single-stranded, A form, B form or Z form DNA, double helices, triple or quadruple helices and other double helical structures. Experimental method. Select the experimental method used to determine the structure by X-ray crystallography or NMR. RNA search. The polymer, protein function and experimental method selection categories present options similar to those provided for DNA searches. RNA type. Search various RNA functional types such as tRNAs, rRNAs, riboswitches or ribozymes. NR list. Restrict the RNA search to the representative members of equivalence classes that constitute the NR-RNA structure set. Let us now summarize what we have learnt in this session. This module has described a number of methods for predicting protein structure from amino acid sequence. The best approach is to look at a link by sequence analysis between a new protein and a protein of known structure. Even a marginal sequence alignment with a protein of known structure can provide a feasible structure model. Databases that organize proteins into clusters and families with links to known protein structures are also available. ProSite consists of documentation entries describing protein domains, families and functional sites as well as associated patterns and profiles to identify them. Prints database is a collection of so-called fingerprints. It provides both a detailed annotation resource for protein families and a diagnostic tool for newly determined sequences. A fingerprint is a group of conserved motifs taken from a multiple sequence alignment together. The motifs form a characteristic signature for the aligned protein family. PFAM is a database of protein families that includes the annotations and multiple sequence alignments generated using hidden Markov models. The NDB contains information about experimentally determined nucleic acids and complex assemblies. Proteins that represent new structural folds and domains can be readily identified in these databases, and these proteins can then be targeted for structural analysis by laboratory methods. Meanwhile, the methods for secondary structure and threading analysis, that is, fitting a sequence to a structure, can provide useful predictions, although with variable levels of reliability. Here are a few questions for you to work out. 1. How does ProSite database help in elucidating protein structure? 2. List out the important tools available on the ProSite database. 3. Describe how PFAM database helps in describing protein families. 4. Explain how PRINTS database is used in protein fingerprinting. 5. What is NDB? Explain. Here are a few references for your further studies. Bioinformatics, Concepts, Skills and Applications, written by S.C. Rastogi, Namita Mendirata and Parag Rastogi, published by CBS Publishers and Distributors, 1993, first edition. Understanding Bioinformatics, written by Marketa Swellable, Jeremy Obaum, published by Garland Science Publishers, 2008. Bioinformatics Databases, Tools and Algorithms, written by Urpita Basu, Siminder Kaur Tukral, published by Oxford University Press, 2007. Bioinformatics Sequence and Genome Analysis, written by David W. Mount, published by Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory Press, 2001. Thank you for watching this program. Let's meet again in the next session with a new topic. Till then, bye.
Hello and welcome to the session on development and evaluation of curriculum. It is important to plan the different steps, understand the goals that we need to achieve and understand the different resources that is required for every project that we undertake. Such processes that is applied to the field of education gives rise to curriculum. Curriculum is the foundation of teaching learning process. The word curriculum is not a narrow term but should be considered as a broad-based term used to denote the overall course content of education, that is the totality of experiences a people is exposed to within the boundaries of the school and outside. The development of programs of study, learning and teaching resources, lesson plans and assessment of students and even teacher education are all based on curriculum. In one of the previous units, you have already learned the meaning and concept of curriculum in detail. As educational changes have become more and more complex, curriculum renewal has become part of a broader strategy for change in education. Regardless of whether curriculum development is taking place at national or regional levels or at the school level, at its core, curriculum is a plan for learning that students will encounter and experience in a variety of learning environments. A good curriculum should have the following features. A good curriculum should help in the development of social understanding. It should help in promotion of maximum personal development. It should be related to the needs of the students. It should help in promotion of continuity of experience. A good curriculum should have provision for educational goals. A good curriculum should maintain balance among all goals, and a good curriculum should help in the utilization of effective learning experiences and needed resources. There are many models for curriculum development. Generally, as a process, the curriculum development process includes the following process: design, development, implementation, monitoring, evaluation and review. The curriculum development process systematically organizes what will be taught, who will be taught and how it will be taught. Each component affects and interacts with other components, that each of the above components varies but have interrelated activities. Design involves all the preliminary work that is carried out to ensure that the curriculum is appropriate and relevant. At this stage, the curriculum is conceptualized and attention is paid to arrangement of the varied components. Emphasis is also placed on the learner in curriculum development activities. This phase attends to the set of standards around which the course is written, instruction strategies, content and visual and technical design of the course. In the development stage, curriculum development involves planning, construction and the logical step-by-step procedures used to produce written documents and other resource materials. These documents contain activities that guide curriculum implementation. They also contain vision statements, goals, performance benchmarks and learning activities. It also incorporates unit by unit course development and revision, content analysis and review, editorial review and revision and a detailed quality assurance appraisal. In the implementation stage, all the people involved in the process become a part of it and contribute to operationalize the curriculum as designed and developed. No single individual has all the skills to design and develop curriculum materials. Curriculum teams usually include educational designers, subject matter experts, human development specialists, writers for youth, graphic designers, youth artists, editors and users of curriculum. Monitoring is seen as a part of the implementation process. It is at this stage that officers visit schools to verify that classroom practice is consistent with the established goals and objectives of the curriculum. Data is gathered to inform policy and decision making relative to the curriculum. Evaluation process analyzes the data collected on the field to determine the effectiveness of the curriculum design. The information gained from the data analysis is used to review at the end to guide appropriate adjustments to the curriculum documents. The intent of the evaluation phase is to determine the levels of student success and the impact of the course design on students' performance. General principles of curriculum development. Educationalists have laid down certain general principles for developing curriculum. The principle of child-centeredness. Curriculum should always be child-centered, which means that it should be based on the needs and requirements of the students. The child needs more experience than instruction. True education can be achieved only through activity and experience. It is by means of meaningful activities that the students can reveal their initiatives and social responsibilities. Therefore, curriculum development at any stage should be framed in accordance with the child's developmental characteristics and his needs. The principle of community-centeredness. Each child should be viewed as a member of the community to which he belongs. So, it is quite desirable that his needs and desires must harmonize with the needs and desires of those amongst whom he has to live. It is important that the child interacts with other members of the society. The goals formulated by the school, which depends upon the purpose of the society, determines the content of education, that is the curriculum. The truth about the society in which the child lives is that it is ever changing and not static. It is a challenge for the child to live in such a changing modern world. Any curriculum should help the child to cope up with these situations. The principle of activity-centeredness. A curriculum should be one that provides for a variety of activities in which the children are naturally interested. The activity must be connected with the child's needs and desires. Emphasis should be given to learning through doing things and not just learning through reading and writing. This can include play activities, projects in groups, constructive and creative activities, and so on. The principle of integration. Integration means integration of the child's needs as well as the needs of the democratic society. The activities carried out in schools and the experiences gathered by the child should be so designed as to lead the child to establish a functional unity within the environment. Such a curriculum will safeguard the general and liberal aspects of education. Forward-looking principle. Education helps a child prepare himself for a better adult life. So, a curriculum should be designed in such a way that it takes into consideration the future life of the child. Thus, a curriculum should help a child to prepare himself for a worthy life. It should help him to face the challenges posed by all domains of human life. Conservative principle. Curriculum, like the constitution of a country, reflects the ethos of a nation and its chief concerns and commitments. Hence, the selection of materials for development of a curriculum should be careful. The curriculum should be designed in a way keeping in mind the traditions and culture of human race. Traditions, values, cultural and religious practices, social pressures, gender and generational differences all contribute to diversity in beliefs and opinions. A curriculum should embrace such topics, subjects and activities by which the students can cultivate a sense of respect for the traditions and culture in which they are being brought up. Creative principle. By nature, man is creative. Hence, education should also be molded in a way that it helps in the development of one's creativity. The curriculum should include subjects that would enable children to exercise their creative powers, which in turn will enable them to modify their environment according to the needs of the time. Motivation principle. The curriculum should be tailored to suit the needs and interests of the students. It must be goal-directed. A curriculum should motivate the students to participate in the learning process with an innate desire. Students may be more motivated to study if they understand why certain subjects are taught in the curriculum. Maturity principle. Learning occurs when information is passed through all the sensory channels. However, research indicates that people are quite individual in their preference or effectiveness to process information through the various channels. The curriculum developer needs to consider that all people do not learn the same way. Hence, the curriculum should be designed keeping in mind the mental and physical maturity of the students. The principle of preparation for life. The school curriculum should include such elements that would prepare children for their future life. The skills acquired in the learning process that have lifelong benefit are classified as life skills. Such skills include communicating and relating with others, problem solving skills, decision making skills, acquiring, analyzing and using information, etc. With the help of curriculum, the students should be able to earn their livelihood sufficiently and adjust themselves with the society efficiently. It should equip the child with the caliber to meet the challenges of life. The purpose of the curriculum is encapsulated in the 4 capacities, that is to enable each child or young person to be a successful learner, a confident individual, a responsible citizen and an effective contributor. The principle of elasticity and flexibility. Since the needs of the individuals and society go on changing, a rigid and static curriculum cannot meet the requirements of the child or the society. New subjects and additions or omissions of the content are necessary in the curriculum. So, the curriculum should be flexible enough to incorporate in it new subjects and activities according to needs and demands of the time. Students also differ in intelligence, their interests and skills. An elastic curriculum can thus cater to all such individual differences. The principle of comprehensiveness. A curriculum should be comprehensive enough to conform to different individual needs. It should be broad-based to include a wide variety of subjects suited to the needs of various types of people and societal needs. Comprehensiveness also has to be reflected in its potential to cater to the comprehensive or total development of an individual. The principle of balance. Curriculum should maintain proper balance between direct and indirect experiences, liberal and professional education, individual and social aims, compulsory and optional subjects. The principle of utility. A curriculum should be utility based. It should be useful to the students in different ways. A good curriculum will be of practical use to the students. Both vocational and technical bias should be maintained. Due emphasis should be given to work experience. Spiral approach to curriculum development. Bruner was the exponent of this approach. The spiral approach, developed in 1977, is a technique often used in teaching where first the basic facts of the subject are learned, leaving all the details. As learning progresses, more and more details are introduced. That is, after the mastery of the initial topics, the student spirals upward as new knowledge is introduced in the next lessons. It follows the maxims of teaching, that is, from whole to part, simple to complex, easy to difficult, etc. In the end, a rich breadth and depth of knowledge is achieved. According to Bruner, discovery learning is possible if the approach is maintained. This method is also called concentric method. The basic idea behind this approach is to expose the learners to a wide variety of concepts and topics, skills and attitudes. In adopting the spiral approach, the teachers will be enriched with varied experiences in preparing the curriculum. In this approach, the teachers move upwards but keep returning to the fundamentals. Core curriculum. Core curriculum is relatively a new concept in curriculum planning, evolved as a part of the efforts of the forward-looking educators to develop a more functional and significant program of general education for all the youths. The core curriculum was developed by Roland C. Fons and Nelson L. Bossing. According to them, the core curriculum designates those learning experiences that are fundamental for all learners because they are derived from our common individual drives and needs and our civic and social needs as participating members of a democratic society. The core curriculum indicates a plan for organizing and scheduling a major portion of the program of general education in a school using a problem solving approach. Core curriculum in fact is intended to provide first the irreducible minimum regarded as necessary for everyone to be able to live satisfactorily in a modern society. A core curriculum prepares a student for living and does not prepare him to make a living. The aim of core curriculum is to let a person become a good human being first and then become something in life later. This approach takes as its major job the development of personal and social responsibility and competency needed by all youth to serve the needs of a democratic society. Competency-based curriculum. Minimum competency testing has become a popular procedure for establishing educational objectives and evaluating their achievements. Minimum competency can be defined as the basic proficiencies associated with knowledge and skill needed to perform efficiently in real life. A competency-based curriculum, if it is to be functional, demands a basis of continuous progress of education. Hidden curriculum. Along with formal curriculum within educational establishments, there exists hidden curriculum also. The formal education consists of the course, lessons and learning activities that the students participate in. Hidden curriculum is a side effect of an education which are learned but not openly intended, such as transmission of norms, values and beliefs conveyed in the classroom and the social environment. That is, a hidden curriculum consists of secondary messages lying behind the manifest curriculum, or it consists of the unspoken academic, cultural and social messages that are communicated to the students while they are in school. For example, how the students should interact with peers, teachers and other adults, how they should perceive different races, groups or classes of people, or what ideas and behaviors are considered acceptable or unacceptable, etc. Hidden curriculum in such a way is a vehicle for moral growth. It can be a determining factor in national and emotional integration of the country. Hence, hidden curriculum should be made visible and we should try to translate it into experiences that might enhance the satisfaction of human needs and spirit. Curriculum evaluation. Curriculum is a system of learning experiences deliberately designed and transacted for realizing educational goals. Curriculum evaluation is an essential phase of curriculum development. It is a systematic process of determining and appraising the proficiency level of a system or a practice by comparison and judgment. Curriculum evaluation refers to the collection of information on which judgment might be made about the worth and the effectiveness of a particular program. The essence of the achievement of curriculum objectives depends on its evaluation process during development. Evaluation of the process of curriculum development plays a vital role in channelizing and keeping the direction of young generation on the desired way for the achievement of national objectives and keeping the system update respect to changing scenario of time. Like curriculum development, curriculum evaluation should also be a systematic and comprehensive task taking into account the various aspects of curriculum initiation, structuring and operation. An evaluation system incorporates regular reviews of student performance, use of feedback, assessment performance analysis and district, state and national content standards and assessments. Curriculum evaluation has various steps like goal specification. This includes the role of experts of evaluation with a view to drawing the attention of decision makers concerned with curriculum development to take decision about educational goals on the basis of social needs, trends, research findings, etc. Planning. Planning involves an examination of the adequacy of objectives, content, learning strategies and sequencing in the development of instructional materials as well as quality of the material. Validation. The study materials are given to the experts for their judgment. On the basis of their recommendations, necessary modifications can be made. An empirical trial is also carried out in classrooms. Field testing. On the basis of the validation process, weak points are identified and suggestions are made for further improvement. On the basis of the suggestions, a revised course material is developed. This material has to further field tested in order to understand the usefulness of the whole system. Regular monitoring. It is through monitoring that necessary updates can be done to the existing program. Monitoring is the process through which a new program can be developed as per the requirements of the target population. Regular monitoring helps to identify the strength and weakness of the system. Defects of the existing pattern of curriculum. One of the main deficiencies of educational system in India is that related to curriculum. Still, other problems that haunt the system of education are because of defective curriculum. Some of the shortcomings of the present day curriculum are: narrow conception of curriculum. Curriculum is taught as a portion of knowledge by a mastery of which one can get an admission to the higher stage. Education should not be delimited in such a way. More than being narrow, the curriculum in schools is largely out of date also. The scope of course in a curriculum should be appropriate with regard to amount of content, length of course and lessons, and course requirements. Bookish and theoretical. The present curriculum lacks practical activities and experiences. Schools in the modern age have become just a knowledge shop. A curriculum should include opportunities for developing problem solving and critical thinking skills and real world applications. Out of tune with life. The present curriculum takes little note of the challenging day-to-day economic, social and political issues that children will have to confront in their later life. Therefore, curriculum should focus on useful skills and inculcation of right kind of interests, attitudes, values, etc. The content of the curriculum should be current and relevant. Highly compartmentalized. The curriculum is overcrowded with too many subjects. The real relationship between and among the subjects is far from satisfactory. There is no integration of subjects. This will not help the students to think coherently. Not flexible. The curriculum does not cater to the diverse tastes and talents of different students. Segmentation of school life. A day in a school is so segmented that teachers are not left with sufficient time to make use any constructive activities for vital learning of the students. Dominated by examinations. The present curriculum is dominated by examinations. Because of this, the students are concerned with securing only good marks and teachers are more concerned about getting higher percentage for their students. Partly outmoded. There are good much information in the curriculum which are not in tune with the realities of the time. The curriculum should provide real world applications. Instructional design should provide students with opportunities to improve learning skills using technological tools. Now you can try to answer the questions given here. What are the general principles of curriculum development? Which are the processes involved in curriculum development? What are the steps involved in curriculum evaluation? What are the features of a good curriculum? Which are the defects that exist in the current curriculum that is being followed in the country? Now you may go through the reference books for further reading. Modern Trends in Indian Education, written by Mohanty J. and published by Deep and Deep Publications, New Delhi in the year 2004. Problems of Education in India, written by Ram N.S. and Rajendra K.S. and published by Atlantic Publishers and Distributors, New Delhi in 2004. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic. Till then, take care.